Yo, what's up, people? How's everybody doing? Cool. All right. I just got to get something real quick. Be right back. Oh, you scared the shit out of me. Sorry, I was trying to. You get my check? I left it right there. Oh, and you were sleeping, so I didn't know. Yeah. How you doing? All right, how are you? Yeah, good. Working. Yeah. Trying to get the piles down, as you noticed. Yeah, it looks a lot less. We'll just say that. I got some painting outside. I got to do the deck. I got a whole variety of projects I'm doing, so okay. I'll be kind of doing my stuff around the house. Awesome. I'll be at the dining room table. Live stream. Do you think? All right, sounds good. Hey, be right there in a minute, guys. Hold on. I got to look up for something. All right. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Okay. I am looking right now for, this is going to come up in a minute. I'm just looking for something, my charger here. My freaking computer's dying. I got it plugged in. I'll be right back. We're not going anywhere. It doesn't look like the trial start right now. What the hell did I do with this? Okay, I think we're good. Just slanted. It's annoying. All right, guys. What, if any, dumb thing is Adam Lally going to say today? Hold on. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Having a little FUPA computer issue here. Hold on. So the Bruins won last night. That was good. Whooped them. Whooped them. Awesome second period there. Hold on. But we got to win game 2. Take 2 in Florida. I think they'll be looking pretty okay. Although I think they took 2 in Florida last year. I think they started off 1-1 in Boston, I want to say. And then went into Florida and won the next 2. And then somehow blew the series. That happened. Okay. Okay. All right. Do you think they will perjure Katie? I think she's already done that herself, to be honest with you. I think she's done that herself. You mean like charge her? Hold on one second. Let's see. Trying to find my stream. No, I don't think she's going to be charged. I've never heard of anyone being charged of perjury. Like, people lie in court all the time, and there appear to be like no consequences for it. Like, I mean, just look at me last week. Watch that restraining order violation hearing. Like, you know, she just lies. Like, the fake victim just lied the whole time about everything, and it was easily proven that she lied. And there's just no consequences for it. Even if you send someone to jail, like, there's no consequences for that. So, you know, it is what it is. Okay. All right. You're allowed to lie. Let's see. You're allowed to lie when people charging are on your side. Yeah, I suppose so. Adam Montgomery's wife was charged. Yeah. I mean, I guess it has to be like, if you're lying about where a little girl's dead body is, I guess they might actually give a shit then. It's also New Hampshire. I can't believe Lank said absolutely to doing what he did for any random person. Okay, buddy. What did he say? For any doing what he did? Is that what he said? I'd have to watch that again. Yeah, you will get hammered for lying to the FBI. They will use that against you if you lie to them. And that's not even like under oath. She was given jail time for perjury, huh? Not her stepmother, right? Did Katie take a leave of absence? She did. She was not working for a while there. Not right now, but back. I think she's back now. But I was told like shortly after this all happened, she took time off. I'm not sure exactly what for. And they were already starting with the boo-hoo. Oh, you're being mean to Katie McLaughlin. You're attacking this poor firefighter. She lied under oath in a murder trial, dude. It's a big deal. All you have to do is tell the truth. At least Goode and Gallic or whoever, Goode and Lank seem to learn from that a little bit. And when they got up there and they were asked about their association with the McAlberts, they're like, yep, I know them. Yep, we go way back. Yep, I went to high school with Jill Daniels. Yep, I went to high school with Courtney Proctor. You just have to own it because they're going to find out. They're going to find out. So I don't know what she was thinking. He said he didn't get into a fight with the 𝗵𝗶𝗆𝗺 brothers just because it was Chris Albert, that he would have done it. Sure thing. Oh my God. Don't cover up a murder, you'll be K. Sorry, I'm catching up on the comments. I did get a new charger. I left the other one in Boston, so I got to go. And I was like, you know what? I'll just get a new one. I have 2 chargers now, I guess. I don't have to pack it. Where's court? Dedham. Norfolk Superior Court in Dedham. Where are you today? I'm at my new house. Do you look bummed today? No, I'm not bummed. I'm good. Believe me, but I'm not bummed. I'm actually quite fine. Thank you for asking. Thank you for your concern, though. You know, I posted last night in the group, like, you know, some people were getting on Nick Rocco because he posted that he was going to be on TV, on Court TV, and people in the comments there were some comments that, like, like, I don't even know what they were suggesting that, like, him being on TV was, I don't know, fame whore or taking away from my ability to be on TV, stuff like that. And so, I went in. I think the post is down now, but I commented on it last night and I made it clear that, like, look at him being on TV, Nick getting invited on TV is not something he could control, right? And it's not like taking anything away from me. Nick's a good guy. Nick has raised a shitload of money and done a lot for both Karen Reed and myself. So I appreciate that very much. But at the same time, I am disappointed, right? Like that, like, it's like, I feel like I've done a lot of work for this. Like, I've written over 350 stories, and this isn't Nick's fault at all. I just want to make that perfectly clear. And I think people see that I've done, all this work, 350 stories, organized protests, done all this stuff, raised a lot of money for the Karen Reed Defense Fund, gone to jail, all that stuff. And it's like, now is like the most important time. Now is like kind of like the climax of this all. Like, I worked my ass off. This is the story. This is a career-breaking story. And you turn on Court TV and it's like, I don't exist. Like, it's like, well, let's hear from Plevin. Like, there's no Plevin without Turtleboy. And it is a little aggravating seeing that, but that's not Nick's fault. Like, that he gets invited on. What do you want him to say? So, yeah, I mean, it's odd. I guess Court TV is just not that serious of a channel. I don't know, but is what it is. Is what it is. I'll keep covering it from my end. It's all I can do. If it happens, it happens. And obviously, I've also expressed frustration with not being able to be inside the courtroom, and not getting the invite to be in there, basically. And not having any communication. That's the other frustrating part with it. It's like I don't even know why. Like I haven't really got an answer. So, and I think I'm owed that, to be perfectly honest with you. But I'm also not going to let it yeah, am I upset about it? Yeah, of course I'm upset about it, right? But I'm not Natalie. I don't get mad or I don't get offended by something and then just say, well, now I think Karen Reed's guilty and I'm going to go help the other team. No, I'm not happy about it, but I got to keep covering the case. I got to keep, because I believe Karen Reed's 1000%. I don't believe, I know Karen Reed's 1000% innocent. It's just an undeniable fact that she is, and I'm going to keep covering it. So it is what it is. But all right, is it on right now? How do somebody say Nick's in the courtroom today? How can you even see that? Oh, is that on Tom's stream? The true crime kangaroo. You're so nice. And I think that's a good point, 20. It's like I do feel like pressing the charges against me, they're a joke. I don't think they're going to go anywhere. But the whole point was to make it try to make it toxic to be associated with me. I think that was the whole point. Even I'm told Melanie Little won't. I've never talked to Melanie Little since I got out of jail. But somebody said that, she said that she can't have me on while I have the pending charges, right? It's like, why? Was distinct, I haven't been convicted of anything and I'm not going to be. And it's just odd. It's just the stink of being charged with this is all people mention. It's they just it's the first thing every media outlet mentions. Oh, he's being charged with witness intimidation. Okay. And I'm sure they'd run, if I was with Karen Reed's family, they'd be like, here he is. He's being charged with witness intimidation and he's sitting with the family in court. And it's if I were them, I mean, this is just me, I would own it. I would say, yeah, he is. And it's bullshit. And the charges against Karen Reed are also bullshit, which is what we have in common. The same corrupt cops doing this, Karen, are doing this to me. And so if the concern is that, well, we're worried about what Ted Daniels going to say, or worried about Grant Smith Ellis is going to say, that's weak. I think that's pretty weak. If you say, oh, we're afraid of what the media is going to say, because I know it's not the jury. I know they're not worried about the jury, because the jury they've all been warded, if you will. And they were all asked about Turtleboy. And they were asked, if anybody has any animosity towards me or had been written about before, they were gone from the jury pool. Done. Out. So they've eliminated the anti-turtle people. So me, I'm not worried. I can't imagine they'd be worried about the jury. I think it's just the PR. I think that's all it is. They don't want to deal with the media, which again, not everyone has balls like me, I guess. All right. Let's see. Is this Bev time? Yeah. Yes, Bradle is working on the press pass. We are working on that. The woman who's in charge of that, Jennifer Donahue, is just not returning our messages, not returning phone calls, isn't denying it. She's just seems to think that she can just ignore us and we'll go away. But she's wrong about that. She's wrong. We have a right to that press pass. Court TV was told to keep you away from a camera or mic. You're bad for their case. Well, they don't have a case. Who? The Court TV doesn't have a case. And I appreciate you guys. It's I know that you all know what I do. So it is what it is. I know that millions of people who have followed this stuff know exactly who's responsible for this story becoming a national news story. Oh, the final vote. Yeah, we got to do Ratchet Madness. I got to do that today. It's going to be Proctor against McCabe. I'll get that out today. All right, give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. I'm going to make this bigger.
Do we have it back? Do we have it?
𝗵𝗵𝗶𝗂𝗺. All persons having any business before the Honorable Beverly Kearney, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Your Honor, Alan Jackson for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms.
Good
Reed.
morning, Ms. Little.
And good morning, Your Honor. David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I apologize for the delay this morning. What I'm going to start doing, we don't want to keep you folks waiting, and sometimes there's traffic or other reasons that we're delayed. Rather than reporting at 8:20 in the morning, I'm going to let you report at 8:30. Okay, just, we'd rather you have us waiting than we have you waiting. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since you left yesterday? No. Everyone said no. Okay, thank you very much. Could we have Sergeant Goode, please? Okay, thanks, Jim.
Sir, can you raise your right hand one more time? You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury of the case now and here and should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. Right, we all set?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Sergeant, you are familiar with the key swipe system at the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury how that works?
So police officers are issued looks like a credit card. I have it in my wallet. Anytime I enter or leave the police department, the exterior doors going out the back there's a key scan. You put up to it to unlock the door to come in. When you leave, you don't have to go in, but if you need to go into the booking area, you have to scan yourself in and out, and to get out of the sally points, you have to scan in and out.
Okay, and just trying to keep your voice up so that
Yes,
these
sorry.
last few jurors can hear you. How many officers on your department have those keys that can be swiped?
I would believe all of them.
Okay. And how many, or strike that. Do you know how this information is stored at the Canton Police Station?
I do not. I don't know the software, but I believe it's recorded anytime we would come and go.
Okay. And you say you believe that it's recorded at the time that the information is obtained? In other words, somebody key swipes in and that information is then stored, you believe, at the Canton Police Station?
I don't know the software, so I wouldn't be able to give you an educated response to that. I'm
And
not sure.
do you yourself, as a sergeant, have access to the key swipe data, or is that limited to certain officers at the department?
I don't believe I have access to that. I've never accessed
You've
that.
never accessed it, okay. Your Honor, we do have a stipulation between the parties, if the court will accept it, to introduce the key swipe records from January 29th of 2022.
Okay.
I would offer that as the next exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Are they subject to redactions?
Yes, we have redacted them. The court can certainly take a look to make sure that.
Have you all agreed to the redactions?
May we approach justice to that?
Yes.
Sorry about that. I was talking to a reporter. Boston Magazine's doing a story on me, so and yeah, so they got so they just had a quick question for. Oh wait, is this silent? Why isn't this on? Can you guys not hear this? Why is it so silent? What the fuck? Can you guys?
Before you now took the stand today, did you go over your report?
My police report?
Yes.
Yes.
Were you looking for anything specifically?
Okay.
No.
How long did you take to review that report between yesterday and today?
I scanned over it.
Few minutes?
Sure. Yes.
Have you spoken to anybody about your report?
No.
Nobody from the Canton Police?
No.
You recall that I had asked you about the fact that one name had not been completely spelled out in terms of first name, right?
Yes.
And you had, I believe, indicated that Sergeant Lank was the one that altered that or added that to the report.
Not altered. So he was the one that got those names. So when he entered his report, I believe he would enter those.
Okay, and so he entered that into your report, correct?
Anybody writes a supplemental, if you have the authorization, can enter who you speak to add those names. I only spoke to Ms. Roberts, Ms. Reed, and Ms. McCabe that morning.
Okay, but the report has your name on it, correct?
Yes.
Did you speak to anybody from the prosecution, either Mr. Lally or Ms. McLaughlin or anybody else from that office about this issue?
No.
You would agree with me that it is important when you're writing a police report to be transparent, correct?
Yes.
You want to be clear, correct?
Yes.
You do not want to mislead the reader into believing something that is not true, correct?
Yes.
Could I see P and Q for identification, please? Thank you, sir. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you first P for identification. You identified that yesterday, correct?
Yes,
We went over with the jury the 5 bits of information that are up at the top of the report, starting with the incident number, correct?
yes,
You had indicated again, incident 22-87-OF,
yes,
call 22-449,
yes,
date and time reported January 29th, 22 at 6:08.
yes,
And the report date and time was January 29th of 22 at 8:24 a.m., correct?
yes,
Reporting officer, Sergeant Sean Goode, correct?
yes.
I'd like to show you now what has been marked Q for identification. And you can hang on to P if you like. With regard to those bits of information, oh, first of all, let me have you identify Q for identification. I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm reading Q.
Okay, what is Q for identification?
Exhibit Q.
Right. What is the actual document?
We call this a face sheet.
Okay. And with regard to P for identification, that's also a face sheet, correct?
Yes,
They appear to be nearly identical, correct?
correct, except I'm looking at the top right corner. One says 1/30/2022, and the next would be 10/25/2022.
That is the print date of the report, correct?
Okay, I don't know.
So regardless of when those 2 face sheets had been printed, ignore that. With regard to the information about the incident number and the date of the report and the date of the incident and the reporting officer, those appear to be identical, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to P for identification, which is the first report that you were shown, and you were shown that yesterday, and now you have it in front of you, there is a photo on the right side of that report, is there not?
There is.
Do you know what that photo is of?
It looks like the scene probably a couple days later when the snow had melted.
Okay. Does it look like a berm that was actually
Exposed?
uncovered by the officers on scene the very first day?
Yes. Are we looking at Q?
No,
At P? Yes. P, yes. It looks like the berm. Correct.
And then with regard to Q for identification, which again is the face sheet with the identical information, is there a different photo?
Yes.
What does that photo appear to depict, if you know?
It looks like the same area that Mr. O'Keefe possibly was found, I believe.
All right. Those 2 documents, P for identification and Q for identification, those are actually your report, correct?
Correct. But can I explain?
Mr. Lally will, I'm sure, let you explain. At this point, I'm going to be asking the questions, if you
Okay.
don't mind. Your Honor, I would offer into evidence as full exhibits both P and
So
Q for
sweet.
identification. Just the face sheet.
Is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the objection sustained.
May we approach?
Okay, could I see those, please?
All right, more sidebar. Let me read a couple turtle chats in the meantime. Here. First up, we got Joanne sends $25 and says, pray every day for the truth to prevail and put this corrupted lot to bed. Absolutely, Joanne. I appreciate that. It's coming. Justice is coming. Sarah sends $10, sends no comment. Thank you very much, Sarah. Eric sends $10, says, I need a leaf blower. Think Canton Police will let me use theirs. It actually belongs to Sergeant Goode. It's not even, property of them. What is she wearing on her shirt? Is she wearing a horse shirt? She's wearing a 𝗵𝗵𝗱𝗆 shirt. Look at that. And look, the press looks so much better without Grant in it, doesn't it? She's wearing a horse shirt. Holy shit. Look at that. Okay. Oh, is it a giraffe? Is that what that is? It's a giraffe. Oops. That's even weirder. Ah, that's too bad. I thought she was wearing one for her friend Jen. Okay. I apologize. That's an interesting outfit to wear to court. Okay. All right. Next one we have Eric. Yes. Good job, Aidan. Go get him. I appreciate that, Eric. Thank you. Diane sends $10. Says Karen will be found innocent whether you ever covered this or not, but you are the reason why her family has been able to smile walking into that court. Agreed. Thank you. You brought the supporters there. Keep being you. I appreciate that, Diane. Thank you. Eric sends $10. Says, I need a leaf blower. Do you think Camp Police will let me use theirs? I think we already got that one twice. Okay, cool. Derek sends $25 and says, support from a new rider for the whole cause, case, injustice, both Karen and yours. Turtleboy, Dr. Aidan, won't say daddy. You don't have to. I have my popcorn. Let's go. Thank you very much, Derek. I appreciate that. And welcome aboard the Turtle. You're all welcome here. We also have a Cash App here. First one is from Ernest. Sends $50 and says, when the hell am I getting arrested? Yeah, I don't know, man. Might be a little bit. Sorry it's taking so long. But I don't know if they're coming for you. I don't know. I don't know if I want to explain what your crimes were, what they're looking for you for, but I don't know. They haven't got you yet. Good job, Ernie. Let's see. Who else do we have here? Kristen sends $25. Says, longtime turtle rider. And all I want to say is I'm so proud of you. I appreciate that, Kristen. Thank you very much. Thank you for being proud of me. Happy to be here. Happy to be here. So, yeah, if anyone else wants to have their message read out loud, you could click at the top for Turtle Chat, or you can cash at me at $Uncle_Turtleboy. You put money in the machine, you write a message, and I read it out loud to the class, etc. Ryan just sent me $10 on Cash App, $Uncle_Turtleboy, for a shout out to Big Cheney. Free Karen Reed. Yeah, everybody's free Karen Reed, man. Like, everybody and their mother knows Karen Reed's 100% factually innocent in real life, and she's going to be found not guilty in this, if it even gets that far. But okay. Did you get one from Ritchie's Ghost? I did not see one from Ritchie's Ghost. You mean a turtle chat? I don't see one from Ritchie's Ghost. No. I do have. Let's see. No. Oh, wait. It got one from Michelle. Michelle sends $10 and says, your shirt and eyes match perfectly. Do they really? All right. How about that? My shirt and eyes match perfectly. Thank you. Thanks for noticing. I didn't do that on purpose. My eyes just came this way. But all right, cool. Anyone else wants to donate? Link is at the top, or Cash App $Uncle_Turtleboy. I mean, this is ridiculous. We're still on the police. We're still on good. Like, dude, are we ever going to get to the McAlberts? Are we ever going to get to them? Seriously? Oh, here we go. Very good. Very good.
Mr. Lally, I'm sorry. There's one.
Questions you can ask while you wait for this.
I'm just getting the exhibit that I need, Your Honor. I appreciate it. All right, while I'm waiting for that, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I've placed a photo before you, Sergeant Goode. Do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes,
What does it depict?
I believe that's a photo of a piece of a taillight.
Okay. And when you say a photo of a piece of a taillight, you're obviously referring to a piece of a taillight allegedly found at 34 Fairview in Canton.
Yes,
This is gonna be good. Somewhere.
Now, that photo is the photo that is included in Exhibit Q for identification that you previously saw, right? That's the second photo, is it not?
on the second face sheet that he gave me?
Yes,
Yes,
all right. And I'm showing you, if I may approach again,
Yes.
what has already been marked Exhibit 20A. Do you recognize that?
yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the berm from that morning.
Okay, and Exhibit 20A is the photo that was in the first version of your report, which was P for identification, correct?
Yes,
I can take those back from you, sir.
Cool.
Just do it like that. Where's the envelope? Right here. Can you sit down? Published the two I'm sorry. With regard to the first photo that you identified, which was the piece of taillight that allegedly was found at 34 Fairview, that was a fair and accurate representation of that photo, correct?
yes.
All right. May I offer that, Your Honor?
Okay, there's no objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Planted deal like that's what this is about.
22.
Like they're this is what they should be hammering, in my opinion, is that you guys didn't find any taillight. But here's taillight that the state police found. What up with that?
Okay, and I'm sorry, the exhibit number was
42.
42, thank you. May I publish 20A and 42 separately for the jury, Your Honor?
Okay.
Okay. 20A is, you've testified, the photo of the berm that was included in the first version of your police report, which was P for identification, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's put up 42, please. No. I'm sorry. Where is 42?
Right
I
here.
don't have it.
Oh, you have it.
Yeah.
No wonder. Thank you, Mr. McDermott. Sure. Okay. The exhibit sticker's upside down, but there we go. That is
You know what a berm
the photo of the piece of taillight allegedly found at 34 Fairview that you have identified as Exhibit 42, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, having seen those photos,
Red piece of taillight. That's the taillight they found.
one was included in P for identification, one was included in Q for identification, correct?
Yes.
Which you've previously identified as your reports. Report, I should say.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer the top portion of P and Q for identification as a full exhibit.
Okay, and there's an objection from the Commonwealth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. It will come in when the jury actually gets it, we'll have it on the same 9x12 paper that everything else is.
Perfect.
And all exhibits go through Madam Court Reporter.
Oh, of course.
So, jurors, I'm going to send you out for 5 minutes,
Oh,
okay?
for fuck's sake.
Close your notebooks, read them on the seats. Gather all your other belongings, follow me, all rise, jury out.
The jury was here. Now they're coming. Now they're leaving. I think she's wearing a giraffe shirt. Like, what? Why did she make this choice today?
May I see those, Madam Court Reporter, please? All right.
Be seated.
So I thought you were going to cut them. Apparently, you probably don't have scissors. Let's get these so that they're acceptable to go to the jury. I mean, this just came in with the whole report on it.
I'm sorry?
This just came into evidence with the whole report, and that's not what you agreed to at sidebar.
Right. I mean, I guess we didn't have scissors, but what I was going to do, because it's folded, all I was going to show the jury was the part that got in.
But these are now in evidence.
Understand?
Okay, and that can't happen. So
Understand.
fix them. Do we have scissors, Mr. Clerk? Thank you.
Okay.
So why don't you fix them, run them through a copy machine? All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess. And actually, this is probably a good time for me to say, you know, and it's not just the defense, it's not just the prosecution, but we're taking an awful lot of these jurors' times. We're taking days and
You are.
weeks. Let's not squander it by, you know, repetitive evidence or taking time like this that we shouldn't need to take. Okay, let's move this case along.
Really?
All right. All right. I'll be out in 5 minutes.
All right, please.
The woman who calls a sidebar for literally everything is telling them to hurry this along. All right. Anyway, sorry, I'm like working on this story right now. Hold on. So berm is an artificial ridge or embankment or grass strip bordering a road. Okay. Okay. Isn't that just like, all right. So that's the curb. It's the curb basically. So one had tail light and the other did not. I mean, that's crazy. So they showed two pictures there. I think the second was, I'm assuming the second was the state police one. And the state police one showed that there was taillight there. The first one showed that there was not. I don't get it. Like what I don't get, I don't understand. Maybe you guys can help me out with this. Why they're taking a break right now. And what are they? It's only a half day today. I mean, imagine Auntie Bev having the balls to say that like, you guys need to hurry this up. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Dismiss the fucking case. Yeah, arts and craft with scissors. All right, let me read a couple turtle chats here. Do we have any more? I don't miss any. We got another one from Shelly. Sends $30. Let's see what she has to say. Oh, geez. Daddy's looking like a snack today. Stop it. You're the only reason this has national attention. When this is over, Karen and you will be vindicated, and both of you will make bank over these injustices. Free Karen Reed and free Turtleboy. You're too kind, Shelly. I appreciate that. Anyway, yeah, I certainly hope so. You know, I have no idea we'll both be vindicated. And, you know, we'll do fine. We'll do fine. But I want to see what comes next. I want to see what comes next. First, we got to get through this, though. First, we got to get Karen to be found not guilty. There is a lot of, you guys are too nice, man. Too nice. Too nice to me. Again, if anyone else wants to have their message read, you can click at the link at the top for Turtle Chat, write whatever you want, and I'll read it out loud to the class, or you can cash at me at $Uncle_Turtleboy. The break is because she told Yannetti they could only enter a certain portion of the police reports into evidence at sidebar, apparently, but him folding it wasn't good enough. Okay. We love you, Turtle. Oh, you guys are too kind. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. They shouldn't have touched it till it was photographed. That looks like it was completely placed there. It was. I know. It really does. I mean, we just saw the video of Gallagher and stuff like that, and now all of a sudden it's there. Now all of a sudden it's there. The pic is the area by the road they cleared to show where the edge of the road is in relation to John's body. Oh, I see. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. It's on? I don't see it. Hopefully it comes back on. Another turtle chat here from April says, this judge is a fucking joke. Yes, she is, April. Daniela sends $5. Says, I was wanting to work for the government here in Massachusetts. Now I don't even know if I want to anymore. Can't say I blame you for that, Daniela. Kramer sends $5. Says, good morning again. I'd love to talk to you in regards to helping me or looking into helping with my case. 2011, I got okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. Again, only interested in the 𝗫𝗄𝗃 case right now. I appreciate the donation, but this is not the time to take the 𝗫𝗄𝗃 case and turn it into your thing, as many, 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 many people have done before, which if you watch the show, I'm adamantly opposed to people taking the 𝗫𝗄𝗃 case and saying, look how I got fucked over too. Look at this. I mean, Eldon, you know, so please, thank you. I appreciate the donut, though. If anyone else wants to have their message read out loud, you can send, you can click at the top for Turtle Chat like Diana just did. I mean, is it back on? People said it was back on. Diana just sent $20 and said, Aidan, I've been a fan since the Michaela Miller suicide. My daughter was close friends with her, and I appreciate the work you did exposing that pig, Monica Cannon Grant, and all the associated ratchetness. Thanks for the great work and most entertaining way to watch this news outlet unfold. Yeah, unlike Sandra Birchmore, Michaela Miller did actually commit suicide, and it was very tragic. And now is unfortunately turned into a circus, a race circus, headed by that con artist, Monica Cannon Grant. And I was all over exposing that one years ago. It's one of the biggest stories I've ever done, the Michaela Miller hoax. It's back on. Like, I don't get it. I'm on Law and Crime. I don't see it. Should I go to NBC 10? Yeah, I don't see it. NBC 10 Boston. Let's see. I don't see it. I'm going to go over NBC 10. All right, I'll be right back.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, can I have P and Q marked as the next exhibits in the trial?
Okay. Thank you.
And with the court's permission, I'd like to display these one above the other.
Okay.
Okay. Sergeant Goode, you have previously testified about the details in these reports. You would agree that each of these reflects your report. It says reporting officer Sergeant Sean Goode, correct?
Yes,
Each of these is page 1 of your report, correct?
yes,
You've previously testified that you call that the face sheet of the report, correct?
yes,
Each of these has the identical incident number and call number, correct?
yes,
The identical date and time reported, correct?
yes,
The identical report date and time, correct?
yes,
And of course, the identical officer.
yes.
Other than the print date of the face sheet of your report, one appears to be in January, one appears to be in October. The major change is the photo that's included on the face sheet, correct?
Yes. Can I explain why?
So that second photo with the piece of tail light that is included on the first page of your report, that photo is not from January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You never took a photo of a piece of taillight on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You never saw a piece of taillight at 34 Fairview on January 29th
I see what he's getting at.
of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Did you personally switch the photo on the face sheet of your police report?
No.
Do you know who did?
So whoever updated the report, their supplemental, you add photos.
But in answer to my question, do you know the specific person from your department who altered the photo on the face sheet of your report?
I didn't take the supplemental report, so I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know who took the photo.
But given that this is your report, you're the reporting officer, you are responsible for the content of that report, are you not?
For my report, yes, not other officers' supplementals to an investigation.
All right, but this is your report. This is the face sheet for the reporting officer, Sergeant Sean Goode, is it not?
Yes, on the face sheet.
All right. Now, would you agree with me that someone reading this report and seeing that the date and time of the report is listed as January 29th of 2022 at 8:24 a.m., that's when you wrote it, correct?
Yep.
That's when I logged in, yes.
Somebody reading that and seeing a photo of a piece of taillight might believe that that photo is from the same date that you're writing the report, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you think it's misleading to include a photo on the face sheet of the report when the report is dated January 29th, 2022, and the photo is not from that date, it's from sometime later?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is there anything on what is now marked Exhibit 44 on that face sheet that indicates the date and time that that photo on Exhibit 44 was taken?
No.
Is there anything on Exhibit 44, that face sheet of your report, that indicates that it applies to some supplemental report that was later filed?
No.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, please take the exhibit down. And we need that exhibit, Mr. Yannetti.
Oh, yes, of course. We have two others as well,
Okay, the exhibits are to remain up here with the clerk.
with the clerk.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. So Sergeant Goode, turning back to some questions you were asked yesterday in regards to Christopher Albert and whether or not he was a town selectman, is that correct?
Yes.
And he is currently, is that correct?
Yes.
And was he on January 29th of 2022?
No.
So he was elected to the Board of Selectmen subsequent to this date that you've been talking about, January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Now, the location where you were directed to where Mr. O'Keefe had been located just after 6 a.m., where was that in relation to the property line between 34 Fairview Road and the home next door?
If I had to guess, probably 10, 12 feet to the property line.
Now, you were asked some questions about having been to that residence at 34 Fairview Road prior. And you indicated that you had been there years ago with Sergeant Lank, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that in regard to, sir?
It was a hit and run investigation.
And who, if anyone, so why were you at that residence at 34 Fairview Road?
So there was a call for a motor vehicle crash at the corner of Dedham and Washington Street. And the suspect vehicle had fled the scene. Officer Lank was my partner that night. He followed the oil spill of the vehicle down Dedham Street, up Cedar Crest, all the way down to the intersection of Cedar Crest to Fairview. And the oil spill actually drove into 34 Fairview, where we found the vehicle.
And who, if anyone, did you, through your investigation, who, if anyone, did you associate with operating that?
That'd be Tim Albert.
And was Mr. Timothy Albert, was he charged in reference to that incident?
Yes, he was.
And do you know approximately when that was?
It was in 2009. I don't know the exact date, but I know the year.
Now, as far as your report, you asked a number of questions about that. I'm sorry, before I get to that, you had testified earlier that when you were leaving the scene, there was an amount of snow that had compiled on your windshield, correct?
Yes.
And after leaving the scene, what if anything happened with the snowfall sort of throughout the course of the day?
Our windshield was completely covered. We had to take time, clear off our windshields. It had snowed considerably.
And then following that, throughout sort of the course of the rest of the day and the afternoon, what, if anything, did you observe about the snowfall at that point?
It continually got worse.
Now, as far as your report is concerned, what you were shown and what you've seen, has there been any change as far as your narrative in reference to who you talked to, what they said, anything of that effect?
No.
You've been asked a bunch of questions about what you've called a face sheet. Can you explain to the jury sort of what a face sheet is and sort of how that comes into being?
Easiest way, it's the top sheet of the report. It's not the actual meat of the report. It just gives you the date and time. Usually, if you can fit it on the front of the sheet, it would be the first party would be involved. If there was a suspect, defendant, and that's it. It would be their name, date of birth, social security number, all of their personal information.
So as far as you were saying, sort of the meat of the report, it has no real relation to that, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were handed two exhibits or two parts of the report, and you were told to ignore the date that they were printed, correct?
Correct.
And so what, if any, significance would the date that they were printed have in relation to what's on a face sheet?
So in this case, there was supplemental reports done after the 29th. So those reports were added to my initial report. You can add a supplemental narrative. So if that includes meeting new people, talking to other people, or taking photos of anything you found, you would add that to our report, and it would be documented in the supplemental.
And you had offered, I believe, a couple times to explain to the jury sort of why a photo might be different from one face sheet when it's printed versus a subsequent date when the face sheet is printed. Can you explain to the jury at this time sort of why would that be?
So when that face sheet was printed, if photo number one was the top photo, and now there was a new photo added, that could be now the top photo on that face sheet when it was printed.
And how would that be something that someone would physically go in and do, or is that something that sort of within the system automatically occurs? If you know.
I don't know how the system numbers the photos. So we added our photos on January 29th, and then any photos subsequent to that were added. I don't know how the software would put them 1 through 20 or how many there were.
Nothing further on.
Okay,
If I might,
very briefly.
you had just talked about how 𝗕𝗿𝗄𝗆 was charged as a result of the investigation that you did years ago, correct?
Yes.
The evidence in that case
With what? What are you charged with?
was strong against 𝗕𝗿𝗄𝗆 for that crime, was it not?
For leaving the scene, yes.
Sure. Sergeant Lank actually was able to follow the trail of fluid from the accident scene right to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And 𝗕𝗿𝗄𝗆 admitted that he got nervous and left the scene, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, despite the fact that he was charged, are you aware that the case was just flat out dismissed upon restitution?
Objection, move to strike, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
Nothing further.
Jurors, you're to disregard that. All right, you're all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Who is your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Lank.
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth call Sergeant Michael Lank.
There we go.
All right, so not yet.
What?
I'll see counsel at sidebar,
And
please.
she had the nerve to, like a minute ago, say, you guys need to hurry this up. This is taking way too long. And okay, I'd like to call one of the cops who came that day. No, sidebar. We need to discuss this. This is very unorthodox to call an officer who responded to the scene that day and has known the McAlbert since the beginning of time. It's your fault this is being delayed. I mean, is she serious? Sorry, I have not been paying as much attention as I should because so this Boston Magazine story's going to publication soon, and then just back and forth with the reporter asking some questions, answered some questions about it, but so I'm like texting her, but like, can you guys help me out here? What happened with those two reports that they show there? Those are both of Goode's reports. And do I have this right? One of the reports has a picture of taillight in it and the other does not. Is that correct? Is that right? Did I get that wrong? That one of Goode's reports had a picture of taillight in it? Or was he comparing the state police report to the Canton police report? So then how did he not report finding any taillight there? So this is the first time we're seeing this, that a Canton police officer is now saying that he found taillight there. Then why didn't he have that in his report that he found when he searched the scene? He said he didn't find any taillight. I don't get it. And now he's got a picture of taillight? Closed captioning? How do I do that? You're right. I mean, I feel like they just get interrupted all the time. You're so right about that. We don't let Yannetti get in the part about a misleading picture with the taillight. Why is it so weird?
No, it's important to the defendant's case. So tell me exactly, based on the voir dire yesterday, exactly what you hope to get into.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to the voir dire yesterday, my intention is to closely mirror my questioning of Sergeant Lank with my questioning of him on voir dire. In other words, the fact of the fight, the fact of 𝗵𝗃 involvement in the fight, the fact of his getting involved in the fight, called officers to assist him, specifics of the allegations of the Lopolito brothers as to his conduct, what they alleged he did, the part that he took in the fight, their subsequent release from the scene, going back into the Canton Police Department to file or lodge a complaint, the fact that they were turned away for the complaint, there were subsequent police reports filed, and the local.
So I don't have those, right? You didn't send them to
we
us.
did, we got those. We got those
All
last
right,
night.
it's okay. It's too late for the police reports, but go ahead and finish what you've got.
Right. Wait, just so the court knows, as the court requested, we provided those to the judicial assistant last night.
Who's the judicial assistant?
Yeah. Mr.
Is this Lopolito's?
Lopolito. Yeah.
Go ahead after the police report.
So basically, Your Honor, and I don't have any interest in introducing the police reports. I just need the timing. In other words, there was the fight, the complaint, the police reports were filed after the complaint, and then they were charged after the police reports. And then the subsequent resolution of the matter. The fact
So what do you mean by subsequent revolution of the matter?
they were adjudicated not guilty, and ultimately the subsequent witness intimidation request by Sergeant Lank was thrown out by the DA. With regard to what was brought up by Mr. Lally yesterday, I intend to include and elicit in my questioning of Sergeant Lank the issue concerning 𝗕𝗹𝗂𝗆 and the resolution of that issue.
Well, Mr. Yannetti just did that.
Well, he didn't because the court struck it.
Yeah. It should not have been done.
Well, Your Honor,
go ahead.
Respectfully, the Commonwealth left the jurors with a misimpression intentionally.
So
the last question was, and he was charged. That's true. He was charged. And then those charges were dismissed subsequent thereto.
Right, but this was specific. We should have, and it wasn't objected to, right? So Mr. Lally's question wasn't objected to. All right, so is that the end of what you intend to get into?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Lally, do you want to, you're objecting to all of this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you want to be heard specifically on anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So what I'm going to allow you to get in is the relationship of Sergeant Lank with the Alberts. But keep in mind, Mr. Jackson, the Alberts are not all one entity. So you must do it individually. And simply because the witness had a relationship with Chris Albert doesn't mean that it has any bearing on favoritism or bias to Brian Albert or to Tim Albert. So you have to do them individually. I'll give you some leeway on the incident itself, but keep in mind the particulars of the fight isn't really what matters here. It's the fact of the fight and the intervening of Sergeant Lank,
right, exactly.
On behalf of Chris Albert, as it's relevant to bias or favoritism. So if there are objections that you get beyond, you may be stopped.
One family.
You can get when and where it happened, that it happened outside a bar where the witness had been drinking. He did not acknowledge your drinking buddy's comment, so you're not to specifically say that, where you just said you're going to outline what you did yesterday, and that this occurred in Canton. The role, if any, he had in handcuffing or having the Lopolitos put in custody, and the fact that Mark Lopolito went to the Canton Police Department to file a report. What you cannot get into is the mobile gas station incident, because I didn't hear anything yesterday that the conduct of Sergeant Lank had anything to do with the Alberts. I'm not convinced that it wasn't merely self-interest on his part. So that's out. That was 22 years ago. Nothing, so you're not getting into the federal investigation that he was sued. I'm not letting you get into the not guilty because it's speculative. Who knows why he was found not guilty, why they were found not guilty. You cannot get into that. For all kinds of reasons, people can be found not guilty. Whether I allow more depends on the testimony, the direct and the cross. So you are to go no further than that without leave of court. So the Commonwealth can then get into the animosity between the witness Sergeant Lank and Brian Albert because of the arrest of Tim Albert. But if Mr. Lally, if you open the door to something further, I need to be seen at sidebar before anybody can come get into that. So Mr. Jackson, you did this in 10 minutes yesterday. I don't expect you to take 2 hours to do this. Okay.
Oh, fuck you.
And just as an aside again, let's not waste the jury's time with repetitive testimony.
I don't intend to, Your Honor. I think I understand the court's, the parameters. The one thing I didn't hear the court say, but I think it was implied, but I want to make sure I'm clear. I can get into the fact that there was a complaint sought and then there were subsequent police reports filed.
Not the police.
Citation.
I didn't hear anything yesterday about the police reports. I haven't seen them. So that the complaint was sought and that subsequent to that, they were summoned and had to go to court.
And the dates of the police reports that were filed?
You can say the dates without saying the police reports. So they went into the station to file a complaint. They were told they couldn't file a complaint on those 2 days, right?
Correct.
And then the witness did testify that he filed a report, but it was that he had told his sergeant the night before of this incident, and the sergeant said, you don't have to file a report until you come back or something like that.
So I'll just ask, were the reports dated after the initial complaint was requested? I can leave
Okay.
it at that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'll give you all a 5-minute break.
Another
and
break.
then we have to get going.
Awesome. Like, really? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But we need to hurry this up. Another minute break. I mean, it's 10:20. How many fucking breaks do we need? Dude, she is so bad, man. So biased. She does not let the defense do anything, does not let them present their case, sabotages them. She said that you can't mention that, like, if Lank did something favorable to Chris Albert, you can't assume he would do something favorable to Brian Albert. That's what, as if family member, like what? That's kind of like the entirety of their defense. Like, well, you can't prove that. Yeah, sure. Michael Proctor's mother posted that the Alberts are a second family to them, right? And Julie Albert reached out to Courtney Proctor and said, we'd like to give Michael a gift. But, you know, Michael didn't do it. Michael wasn't in direct contact with her. And Michael didn't call them a second family on Facebook. His mother did. I mean, is that what we're getting at here? Is that what she's getting at? That seems to be what she's getting at. Maybe I'm wrong. And I'm blown away by this taillight thing. Sean, where's Sean in the Gulf? Look at this. Okay. Let me pull up my tweet. Even though they didn't charge Tim with the DUI, that's not a favor to the Albert family. That's what they're saying. I'm not nervous for Karen, but it's just so obvious that, like, they're just making this so difficult, much more difficult than it needs to be. Yeah, I hope they're watching this shit show. Please, Josh Levy, do the right thing. Everybody watching this knows Karen Reed's innocent. She needs to be free. Period. Okay. So maybe I have this wrong. I said, just so we're clear, Sergeant Goode wrote in his report and testified yesterday that he did not find any red taillight, correct? He said that. I did not find any red taillight at the scene. But then he entered into evidence an image of what he claims was a red piece of taillight that was found at the scene. So Yannetti shows Goode a police report photo. Goode says, I believe that's a photo of a piece of taillight. Yannetti has entered that photo and a photo. So this is the curb area, right? The berm, as they call it. And there's that's the red piece of taillight right there. First of all, what the fuck even is that picture? And this is that same curb with no tail light. Where's the 35 pieces? Am I missing something here? Like, is this real? So Goode said someone else added the supplemental report. It wasn't him, but it was his original report. Oh, so Goode didn't add that. Who else would add to the supplemental report? That's interesting, because I'm like, how could Goode say that about, like, he testified yesterday that there was no taillight. Now, how can he present a picture into evidence of taillight? So somebody else added this to the report. Is that what they're saying? So did he say who the other officer was that added the additional photos? Is his name Ken Berkowitz? Is his name Kevin Albert? Is his name Michael Lank? Is that where they're going with this? They don't say who the officer was? Okay, thank you guys for clarifying that. Thank you. Okay, so Goode isn't necessarily dirty. Is that what, like, because I'm like, why would he do that? I mean, what, because of Jill Daniels? He likes Jill Daniels and Courtney Proctor that much? Seems like a reach. He said he didn't know who the other officer was. So the pic with taillight was added at a later date as part of a supplementary report done by another officer. Like, how is the officer unidentified? Okay. I mean, just look at that red piece of taillight. Like that, first of all, we have no, it's so, like, I don't even know what this is. Like, how far is zoomed in on this? Like, how small is that thing? What the fuck is this? What am I supposed to do with this? This is supposed to convict a person of murder. There's that same area, and John's body was like over here. So they did this just to see how far from the curb it was. I mean, what are people saying? What's the takeaway here? Photos of the same location, but only one shows the taillight. Yeah. Someone placed the taillight after he wrote the original. Wow. That's wild. That's wild to me. People saying to mine. He testified that someone else edited his report to add the image. Because the system doesn't modify the report to say who, nor does the report reflect this edit. And it would have gone unnoticed if one didn't have the original. Wow. Okay. Okay. So let me do an update tweet. All right. Okay. Let me just update quote tweet this. So just so I have this straight. Goode, Sergeant Goode took the picture on the right with no taillight. Then an unknown officer added a second supplemental image of the same area, but this time showing what they claim to be a small piece of red taillight. Somehow, police can just add doctored photos to reports anonymously. Like, that's what I'm getting anonymously. Like, that's wild. Like, we don't know. So we don't know if Kevin Albert or Ken Berkowitz was the one who added this photograph, right? I mean, that's wild. That's wild. That's it, right? Am I embarrassing myself by tweeting this? This is the right thing, right? Let me know if I got that right. Okay, I mean, that seems to be what they're saying. That is wild. All right, got it right. Do we have any turtle chats here to bang through? All right, first one up is from Susan. Susan sends $100. Thank you, Susan. Or Suzanne. Says, just for being you. Just for being you. All right. And I will be right back. Hold on. Oh, we're good. Let me go back to the. Where'd it go? All right. Let me read a couple more turtle chats here. Thank you, Suzanne. I appreciate that. Michael sends $20 and says, do you think with the obvious judicial bias against Karen that this case could result in a loss? No, I don't think that at all. Despite Bev's best efforts, I do think that there's no chance Karen Reed is found guilty at all. Mark sends $50 and says, time to file a complaint about Auntie Bev with the Mass Commission for Judicial Conduct. Okay, thank you for that donation. And I will, if anybody wants to do that, I'm going to post the link he sent right there in the chat. Not sure what good it'll do, but worth a shot. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate that. Michael sent $20 and says, with the obvious judicial bias against Reed and the defense team, is it possible for this case to be lost regardless of evidence? No, I don't think there's any chance whatsoever. So, yeah. All right. Give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec. I'll be right back.
Muted.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
So, Mr. Jackson, you'll just alert me before you begin that line of questioning because I have an instruction.
Of course.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Sergeant Michael Lank to the stand.
Okay.
Just gonna ask you to be mindful to step up and to remain standing, be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and here and to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Morning.
Down, little microphone right up.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Michael Lank, Lank.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Canton?
Over 24 years.
And how long have you held the rank of lieutenant with Canton?
It'll be 2 years in August.
Now, prior to, well, let me ask you first, with reference to your responsibilities as lieutenant, if you could explain to the jury just in general terms, what are your duties and responsibilities as a lieutenant?
I oversee the gun licensing and patrol.
And prior to working as a lieutenant, what was your role with the Canton Police before that?
I was a detective sergeant.
And how long were you a detective sergeant?
From September of 21 until August of 22.
And during that time frame as a detective sergeant, what were your duties and responsibilities with regard to Canton Police staff?
To oversee the Detective Bureau, ensure that all reports were issued to respective detectives and completed.
Now, you're also familiar with the role within the Canton Police of a sort of shift sergeant, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of what are the differences between what a shift sergeant does and what a detective sergeant does?
Shift sergeant's primary responsibility is to run the daily shift, give out sectors to each of the cars, and dispatch cruisers to appropriate areas, so forth.
And if I could turn your attention to the morning of January 29th, 2022. Some point after 6 a.m., did you receive a call in regard to the dispatch that your department had received?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, called you around that time?
Sergeant Sean Good.
Do you know approximately what time Sergeant Good called?
I believe it was 6:08.
And with reference to that call, the initial call from Sergeant Good, what, if any, information did he relay to you at that time?
Sergeant Good stated that there was a gentleman found in the snow at 34 Fairview Road, and he was in very grave condition. And he brought it to my attention that he was also a Boston police officer.
And subsequent to that, through the course of your investigative work on this case, you learn who that unresponsive male was?
Yes.
And who did you learn?
John O'Keefe.
And upon receiving that call, where did you go?
I went to 34 Fairview Road.
And if you know about what time would you estimate that you arrived in the area of 34 Fairview Road?
I live fairly close, so I was on scene by, I believe it was 6:24, 6:25.
And upon your arrival, who, if anyone else, from your department was there prior to you?
Officer 𝗃𝗃, Officer Mullaney, and Sergeant Goode.
And when you arrived, beyond sort of the other officers from your department, what, if any, other activity or what, if any, other persons did you observe on scene?
When I arrived, I observed that the ambulance was still there. There was multiple EMTs, and I observed some witnesses also.
And with respect to the ambulance, it's your understanding that Mr. O'Keefe was in that ambulance?
Yes,
And did you ever see Mr. O'Keefe on that one?
I did not.
And at some point, the other officers who preceded your arrival, did they direct you your attention to where Mr. O'Keefe was found when they first arrived?
They did.
And where was that sort of in relation to the property, if you recall?
If you're looking at 34 Fairview Road, it was on the left side of the property, about 8 feet from the road.
And in that sort of general area, what, if any, sort of landmarks or other sort of items in that area of the front yard that you observed?
I observed a flagpole. There was a fire hydrant and some brush area over there.
And upon your arrival on scene, who was the first person that you spoke to?
Sergeant Sean Goode.
And you had some conversation with him, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then following talking to Sergeant Goode, who, if anyone else, did you speak to on scene?
I spoke to Jennifer McCabe.
And where was it in relation to the scene that you first spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
I believe I spoke to Jennifer McCabe right in front of Mark Cruiser 683, which was assigned to Officer 𝗃𝗃.
And then about how long a conversation was that initially with Ms. McCabe?
I would say probably 8 or 9 minutes.
And in addition to Ms. McCabe, what, if any, other sort of civilians did you observe in that area around that time?
I observed Kerry Roberts, and I don't recall seeing anybody else at the scene while I was focused on Ms. McCabe.
Now, with respect to Jennifer McCabe, I'll strike that. So after you spoke with Ms. McCabe for 8 or 9 minutes, then who, if anyone else, did you speak to at that time?
So after I spoke with Ms. McCabe, I believe I was able to then contact the CPAC unit.
And what is the CPAC?
CPAC unit is the investigative division for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
Why did you contact them?
Because I was made aware at some point that it did not appear that Mr. O'Keefe was going to survive, and I wanted them to be aware of the situation.
And did they respond at that time?
No.
Now, with reference to, is that sort of a typical protocol, or what, if any, sort of typical protocol would you have responding to the scene of this nature?
Yes, any sort of scene where it appears that the person is not going to survive, we would contact State Police CPAC unit.
And why is that?
Because they investigate all deaths.
So they have jurisdiction over all unattended deaths, is that correct?
That's correct.
As well as homicides, things of that nature.
Correct.
Now, once you, do you recall who, if anyone, you spoke to on that first call or notification to CPAC?
It would have been just the dispatch center on the first call.
And what, if any, subsequent calls do you have with regard to CPAC while you were on scene that morning?
I got a return call from Trooper Michael Proctor.
And from your conversation with Trooper Proctor, what was your understanding as far as their response to the scene at that time?
So at that point in time, Trooper Proctor informed me that they would not be responding.
Not be responding.
Yeah. I don't know what that noise is, but if I could just ask you to repeat your last response to this, frankly, out of your mouth.
What the hell?
In speaking to Trooper Proctor, he advised me at that point that they would not be responding.
And did he inform you as to why not at that time?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you arrived on scene, what, if anything, did you note as far as the weather?
The weather conditions were extremely poor. There were high winds, heavy snow, and freezing temperatures.
Now, you mentioned when you first arrived on scene, Mr. O'Keefe is in the back of that ambulance, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when was it that the ambulance left in relation to when you arrived?
Very, very shortly after I arrived, I would say within 5 minutes.
Now, as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone, relayed any information in regard to that?
Sergeant Goode advised me that
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, as far as following your conversation with Ms. McCabe, what was sort of the next steps that you took on scene?
after I spoke to Ms. McCabe, I advised her that we were going to need to speak with the homeowners. She said that they were probably sleeping. I advised her that we were going to need to speak with them. And that's when I placed the call to the CPAC unit.
And prior to that, when you were on scene, had you seen anyone come in or go out of the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
No.
And as far as sort of the other houses on the street, what, if any, activity did you observe with reference to any residents of those homes coming in or going out of their homes?
I did not observe anybody come in or out of their home.
Following your initial call to CPAC and conversation with Proctor, what is it that you did next?
Once that call was complete, Sergeant Goode and I observed that there was now a light on in the house of 34 Fairview, and we made the decision to then go in and speak with the homeowners.
Oh, okay, because the light was on.
How was it?
Not because there's a dead body in the home.
I believe, I don't recall if we used the, I believe we used the driveway, but I'm not 100% sure.
And you came into the home, recall which door that you used to enter the home?
The main door, the front door.
When you entered in through the main door, what, if you could describe to the jury sort of what you observed as far as what was before you from a layout perspective?
There was a staircase right in front of us, and to the right, it entered into like what appeared to be like a dining area.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with inside the home that morning?
Brian Albert and Nicole Albert.
And what, if any, relationship to the home did you determine based on your conversation with them?
They were the homeowners.
Now, Brian Albert, is that someone that you knew prior to January 29, 2022?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
I knew him as the oldest of the Albert brothers.
Oh, the oldest.
And did you know some of the other Albert brothers?
Yes.
And let me ask you this, Sergeant. Where did you grow up?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
We moved here, excuse me, we moved to Canton when I was 5 years old.
So essentially, since you were 5 years old, you lived in the town, correct?
Yes.
You work in the town, correct?
Yes.
Do you have children?
I do.
Any of them play sports?
They do.
Objection.
And sustained.
Move to strike.
Strike that.
What, if any, other sort of, other than living and working in the town, what, if anything else, that you do around the town?
I coach youth sports.
And how long have you done that for?
I would say at least 9 or 10 years.
And how would you describe your relationship with Brian Albert prior to that January 29th, 2022?
Civil?
The two of you friends? Do you socialize?
No.
Now, in addition to Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, who, if anyone else, where did you speak to them within the home?
Just inside the door by the staircase.
And how would you describe their demeanor when you were speaking to them?
They appeared, especially Mr. Albert, appeared disheveled, looked like he had just woken up.
And about how long a conversation was it between Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, that initial time?
I'd say 15, 20 minutes.
And beyond that, who, if anyone else, did you see within the home besides yourself, Sergeant Goods, and Mr. and Mrs. Albert?
Jennifer McCabe?
No one else at that time?
No.
Are you familiar with a gentleman named Brian Higgins?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
I met Brian when he was stationed at our police station. I don't know how many years ago it was, but he was assigned to our building years ago. That's how I met him.
And assigned in what capacity? What I mean by that is what did he do?
Brian is a ATF agent.
And did you see Mr. Higgins at any point in time during the time that you were at Fairview Road that morning?
Not on my initial response.
So sometime after, is that correct?
Yes.
And when about was that?
That would have been shortly after 9 a.m.
And we'll get to that in a moment, but after your conversation with Brian Albert and Nicole Albert inside the house, what is it that you did then?
Could you repeat that, please?
After talking to the homeowners, what was your next step on scene that day? What did you do next?
After speaking with the family, I came out. By that point, Lieutenant Gallagher was on scene and spoke with Lieutenant Gallagher as to what we were going to do next as far as the scene itself.
And to that end, what, if anything, did you or the other officers do with regard to sort of security of the scene at that time?
So we had put up some crime scene tape to try to protect the scene, but it was a futile effort because of the wind. But there were marked patrol cars in front of the yard at all times, so the scene was fairly secure at all times.
And then, with relation to the scene or the area that you were directed, or your attention was directed to as to where Mr. O'Keefe had been found, what, if anything, did you do with reference to that area?
I stood by and observed while Lieutenant Gallagher used a leaf blower to try to clear the top layers of snow off of the scene.
And at some point in time, well, that particular process, was that memorialized in any way?
Yes,
And how was it done?
in my report.
I'm sorry, beyond that, was there any sort of photos or video that were taken of that leaf blower process?
Yes, Sergeant Goode was able to take video while Lieutenant Gallagher used the leaf blower.
You've seen that video, is that correct?
Yes,
And what's contained in that video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of what happened on scene that morning?
yes.
Now, in addition to, well, let me ask you this, as far as the leaf blower was concerned, what was sort of the purpose of that, or what was the thinking behind that?
The purpose behind the leaf blower was to just take the top layers of snow off to reveal what was underneath and try to preserve any potential evidence.
And upon employing that, what, if anything, did you then observe?
What, if anything?
that-
Oh.
Ultimately, we were able to see what appeared to be blood drops in the snow, as well as a drinking glass, cocktail glass.
Now, in addition to the video that was taken with regard to the leaf blowing process, or the use of the leaf blower, were the photos that were taken of the scene as well?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 27. Sergeant Lank, what's up on the screen that's been previously marked as exhibit 27? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it as?
I recognize that to be the scene that we were working with the leaf blower.
May I approach the witness room?
Yes.
So I'm handing you a laser pointer, basically, very simple, just press on that button.
Okay, thank you.
Lieutenant Lank,
get all that blood.
using that laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this photograph in relation to what you saw on scene that day.
So it appeared to see blood drops here in the snow that had been revealed by wiping away the top layer, as well as the glass protruding from the snow.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Now, at any point in time when you were on scene, did you have any contact or interaction with a person named Kearney?
I did not.
Did you see her on scene at all that day?
I don't recall seeing her. I believe she was there while I was there, but I never spoke to her.
Now, following your initial conversation inside the home of 34 Fairview with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and speaking to Jennifer McCabe outside, who, if anyone else, did you speak with that arrived on scene that morning?
Matthew McCabe.
And when was it that Matthew McCabe arrived in relation to your arrival and when you spoke to the other?
Matthew McCabe arrived just a couple of minutes after I had walked out of the house the first time.
And so when he arrived, where did you go?
Moments after he arrived, I went back into the house to speak with Mr. McCabe.
And about how long a conversation was it that you were in the house when you were speaking to Mr. McCabe?
I'm not sure. I'd say maybe 5 minutes.
And over the course of that morning, about how many times did you go into the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
3.
Anyone ever tell you that you couldn't go into the home or that stopped you at the doorway or anything like that?
No.
And with reference to inside of the home, what, if any, observations did you make of sort of how the home was situated, anything disheveled or anything like that?
Everything appeared in order.
And just if you know, what, if any, relationship does Matthew McCabe have to Jennifer?
Matthew McCabe is Jennifer McCabe's husband.
Now, turning back to what was just up on the screen in Exhibit 27, with regard to those items that you observed in the yard in the front lawn that day, what, if anything, did you or the other officers do with respect to those items?
The drinking glass was secured into an evidence bag, and the blood drops were secured into 6 solo cups.
And why were they secured into 6 solo cups?
We did the best that we could with the situation, with the weather, deteriorating situation. Lieutenant Gallagher was able to attain the solo cups from Lieutenant Kelleher's house, which was diagonally across the street.
Now, with respect to the CPAC unit or the phone call that you made to the state police, beyond sort of the jurisdiction of them having over unattended deaths and things of that nature, what, if any, other assets that the state police have at their disposal with regard to crime scene that you're on?
They have crime scene units that process crime scenes.
Now, with respect to those items, once they were secured, just in reference to the solo cups, beyond sort of just putting them into solo cups, what, if anything else, did you or the other officers do to secure those items specifically?
They were secured into a brown evidence bag.
And following them being secured, where did they go from there?
They were then, excuse me, they were then placed into my truck at that point, my police truck that I was using that day, and ultimately transported back to the police station.
And transported back to the police station
by me.
And once you were back at the police station with those items, what, if anything, did you do with them at that time?
They were secured into temporary evidence in the refrigerated unit for the solo cups, and the glass was secured into temporary evidence.
And so when you say temporary evidence, why were they secured into temporary evidence?
They were secured into temporary evidence so that they could ultimately be turned over to the state police.
And as far as when you secure something into temporary evidence, just in general terms first, what is it that you do with that item to secure it or label it or anything else?
So it's assigned a property number, and we would print out a property label, and then that's assigned. It's assigned to the OF number, which is the report.
So OF stands for offense, is that correct?
Offense, yes.
So each report that you generate has a specific number with an OF following it,
That's correct.
and then that number is associated with the evidence that you secure, correct?
Yes.
Now, with reference to that evidence, whether it's temporary evidence or otherwise, what, if any, restrictions are there with regard to access to those items within your department?
So temporary evidence is accessible to all officers.
And to officers from your department, correct?
From our department, yes.
And following that, are you aware, or what, if anything, are you aware of what happened with those items after you secured them into temporary evidence?
I believe they were ultimately turned over to the state police.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
So I'm handing you up a box. You recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Appears to be a box to secure evidence with a call number on it.
And is that a box that you've seen earlier today?
Yes.
And with reference to what's contained within the box, have you seen that this morning as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take what's in the box out of the box. Okay. Sir, just for the record, you have some evidence gloves with you in court today, is that correct?
That's correct.
Oh, boy. What's in the box?
Sorry, sir, before you just go into that, just with reference to the bag that you have before you, what, if any, markings are on that relate to sort of your case, your case number with Kearney, please?
So it is there's a case number assigned to us, 22-87OF, and there is a property number, 22-18PR, and it's listed as broken drinking glass.
Have
And
you seen the item contained within that bag earlier this morning as well?
yes,
And what you observed within that bag, is that the piece of the cocktail glass that you observed on the front yard area of 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, 2022?
yes, it is.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take it out of the bag and display it to the jury.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. You can place it back in the bag. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, 𝗲𝗏 seek to introduce and admit as an exhibit. Now, Lieutenant Lank, once you were back at the police station, what, if any, call did you receive from anyone in regard to who, if anyone, called you once you were back at the station?
Jennifer McCabe called at 9 a.m.
And where did you go following that phone call with Jennifer McCabe?
Lieutenant Gallagher and I went back to 34 Fairview Road.
So this is now the third time that you've gone back and gone inside the residence at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with, along with yourself and Lieutenant Gallagher, once you returned there that morning?
Jennifer McCabe.
Okay, about how long a period of conversation was that second conversation that you had with Mr. McCabe?
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
And then following that, where did you go from there?
Returned to the police station.
Now, if I could turn your attention to February 4th of 2022. Were you working on that day?
I was.
And in the same capacity that you had described earlier?
Yes.
And at some point, well, approximately 8:50 a.m. or so, who, if anyone, called you on that day?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
And what, if anything, or where did he direct you to go during the course of that conversation?
Lieutenant Gallagher directed me to go back to 34 Fairview Road and meet with Chief 𝗵𝗂𝗆 as he had possibly discovered more evidence.
And in the time between January 29th and February 4th, had you gone back to 34 Fairview Road at any point?
No.
Now, between that time of January 29th, 2022 and February 4th of 2022, what, if anything, occurred in regard to the weather in between those days?
So the weather had, the temperatures had increased and there was some rain.
And increased, if you know how, approximately how much?
I believe it made it up to the mid 40s.
So well above freezing, is that correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the snowfall that had come from the 28th and the 29th, what, if anything, just in general, had you, well, not in general, specifically to 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe between the snow that you observed there on the 29th and the snow that you observed there on February 4th?
A lot of the snow had melted and a lot of the ground had been revealed.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview Road on February 4th, what, if anything, did you observe and where did you observe?
Chief 𝗵𝗂𝗆 brought my attention to a piece of red glass that was about 6 to 8 feet off the into the yard.
Now, before we get to that, as far as when you responded, who, if anyone else from your department, responded along with you?
Detective Tim Taylor.
And the pieces of plastic that you observed, where were they in relation to where you had observed or where you had been directed to that Mr. 𝗪𝗓𝗄 had been found on January 29th?
The glass was in the vicinity of where Mr. 𝗪𝗓𝗄 had been discovered.
Now, with respect to that pieces of plastic that you observed, what, if anything, did you do to memorialize where they were?
I photographed the piece of plastic as it sat.
And did you or anyone in your presence touch, manipulate, or move those pieces of plastic in any way?
No.
And at some point after you arrived on scene, who, if anyone, did you contact in regard to securing those items?
I contacted the CPAC unit and ultimately Trooper Buchanan arrived back at the scene.
And if you know about how much time elapsed between the time that you contacted CPAC and the time that Buchanan arrived?
I honestly don't recall.
And when Trooper Buchanan arrived on scene, what, if anything, did you observe him to do with those pieces of plastic that you directed his attention to?
Trooper Buchanan secured the item into a evidence bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you two photographs. Ask you just briefly to look them over and look up when you're finished. Do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize in those photographs?
I recognize this to be the piece of plastic that Chief 𝗵𝗂𝗺𝗧 had observed on that morning.
Those are the photographs that you took that morning as well, is that correct?
That's correct.
What's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed on February 4th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admit as the next two exhibits.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first of those photographs up on the screen. And, Lieutenant Lank, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen currently?
Yes.
And this is sort of a further out image of that piece of plastic you were talking about, is that correct?
Yes.
Using the laser pointer before you, if you could just draw the jury's attention to where in the photograph you observe that. Thanks. Ms. Gilman, the next photograph. And sir, do you again recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, it's a close-up picture of the piece of plastic.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can. If I may have.
Yes.
Further on.
Okay. Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Sure.
I was goddamn muted during that, wasn't I? God damn it. Let me read this turtle chat I got here. Mary since 20 bucks says, I'm not a cop, but maybe put a tarp down to preserve the scene with heavy rocks or objects during a snowstorm. It's not rocket scientists, not rocket science. Keep up the great work, Aidan. Yeah, you'd think so. A lot of policing 101 stuff here. Again, anyone else wants to donate? Click at the top.
All right, jurors, so you're about to hear evidence of an event that happened in 2002. This evidence can be considered by you insofar as it demonstrates or relates to the credibility of this witness and the thoroughness of the investigation into this case for which the defendant is currently on trial before you folks. You may use this evidence to the extent that you find it credible in deciding whether there was any bias or favoritism on the part of the police in their investigation in this case.
May I?
Mr. Jackson, yes.
Lieutenant Lank, I want to start by asking you about your relationship with certain members of the Albert family. Do you know any other members of the Albert family other than Brian Albert?
Yes.
Can you describe who those are?
Kevin Albert, who is a detective on our department, Chris Albert, and I know Tim Albert.
Are those three individuals brothers?
Yes,
Who is the eldest brother?
Brian.
How long have you known, I want to start first with Tim Albert. How long have you known Tim Albert?
I knew Tim Albert when he was a kid because he was friends with a younger brother of a friend of mine.
Starting at what age?
12.
So you've known-
He was 12. I was probably 16 or so.
Okay, so the better part of your life, you've known Tim Albert.
Since about 16, I would say.
And what about Chris Albert?
Chris Albert, I've known since junior high,
Which would be about what age?
13, 14,
You grew up with
12,
Chris?
12, 13. I was friendly with Chris from junior high through high school and into our 20s.
And friendly with Tim?
I wouldn't say I was friendly to say hello to Tim. I didn't associate with him. He was younger. He was Chris's younger brother.
But you also knew Chris's older brother, Brian?
Yes.
Back in those days.
I knew who he was.
So you've known the three of them for basically your entire life?
No, I had met them. I had met Brian. I didn't know him other than just being Chris's older brother when we were younger kids.
Certainly with regard to Chris, you would consider him a close friend.
Consider who a close friend?
Chris? I'm
Yes.
using first names only because they're all named
Sure,
Albert.
sure. Chris and I were pretty good friends when we were younger, yes.
I want to draw your attention to an incident in August of 2002. Do you remember an incident in 2002 occurring with that involved Chris Albert?
Yes,
In 2002, in August of 2002 specifically, you were off duty, correct?
yes,
You had been drinking alcohol, correct?
yes.
You were approached by Chris Albert out in the parking lot, is that right?
That's correct.
And Chris Albert told you some information about being in a fight. That he had been in a fight or an altercation of some sort, correct?
He told me he had been in an altercation earlier in the night and some threats had been made to him and his family.
And you got out of your car and discussed this with Mr. Albert, correct?
No,
You just talked to him while you were seated in your car?
yes,
Okay, at some point, did some other individuals approach that same area?
yes,
Was there a fight that you believed was about to ensue?
yes,
Did you get out of your car at that point?
I did.
Did you come to Chris's aid by quote unquote activating yourself as an officer?
I got out of my car and I approached the group and I pleaded with them to not fight tonight. I said, there's not going to be a fight tonight. There's 6 of you guys. He's here with his girlfriend. There's not going to be a fight tonight.
Did you come to Chris Albert's aid as best you could as a longtime friend of his?
I came to the aid of a citizen who was in fear and of need.
That citizen happened to be Chris Albert, whom you had known since you were 12 years old.
Correct.
Ultimately, a fight did break out, did it not?
Yes,
And you engaged in that fight.
yes,
And again, you had been drinking alcohol at that point, correct?
correct.
And you were off duty in August of 2002 during this fight.
Yes,
Just like you were off duty in 2022 when you were called by Sergeant Goode to activate and come to the crime scene at 34 Fairview.
when Sergeant Goode contacted me, I was not working. I was due to work at 7:45 that morning. When Sergeant Goode contacted me and told me what was going on, then I activated myself and came to work because I was the detective sergeant.
And that's similar sort of activation, using that word in air quotes, it's similar sort of activation that you employed back in 2002 to assist Chris Albert.
No,
You did, in fact, call for someone to call the police and get some Canton officers over there, correct?
Excuse me, so in 2002?
In 2002.
Yes,
Okay. And I failed to ask you this, but in 2002, you were in fact a Canton police officer
yes.
at the time. After the other officers arrived, did you order the other officers to handcuff or somehow restrain one of the two brothers that were involved in this fight with Chris?
No,
Ultimately, did you see whether or not those officers handcuffed or otherwise restrained one of the brothers that was involved in this fight?
yes,
And did you then engage physically in a fight with the other brother who was not restrained?
no. The struggle had already occurred.
All right. So let me make sure I get the timing right. You did, in fact, engage in a physical fight with one of the brothers, correct?
Upon being struck, yes.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Upon being struck, yes,
And then you struck him back.
yes.
You ended up on the ground.
Yes, we were wrestling, yes.
And ultimately, the other officers had to pull you off that man, correct?
No,
You ultimately, the fight was broken up between you and the other brother. Is that right?
that's correct.
All right. And that fight was broken up by the officers who were on scene.
Yes,
After this physical altercation with the brother who was not ultimately restrained, both of the brothers and everybody else was just told by the officers, just go away, get out of here, go home, correct?
no, I believe one of the brothers left the scene, fled the scene, and the brother that was restrained was ultimately uncuffed and left free to go.
And nobody was arrested that night.
Correct.
Nobody chased down the brother that left the scene, correct?
That's correct.
And nobody arrested the brother that had been handcuffed.
Correct.
And no police reports were written by you or any of the other officers about this incident on that night.
I don't recall when the other officers wrote theirs. I did not write mine on that night.
The next day, you became aware that one or both of the brothers had arrived at Canton Police Department to file a formal complaint for having been physically attacked by you and some of the other officers involved, correct?
I don't recall when I was made aware that they had come down to the police station.
You are aware that there was a complaint sought against you for the physical attack that was alleged to have occurred, correct?
It was brought to my attention that they had come down to the police station.
And you also are aware that only after that complaint had been sought, the police reports were then dated and filed against the two brothers, correct?
So I had spoken to the sergeant on duty the night of the incident.
No question. I'm just looking at the time.
It's not a yes or no question.
So he was just asking you about dates. So can you answer the question? Ask the question
Could you
about the
repeat?
dates again, please.
I'm seeking the chronology of events. A fight occurs, a complaint against you occurs, and then police reports are filed against the two people that are complaining against you. Is that the chronology?
Yes,
And you're also aware that although he had been in a physical fight that night, no charges were ever brought against 𝗵𝗃, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know that?
I don't know. I don't even know where the fight occurred.
Officer Lank, what we just talked about, is that an example of you using your position as a police officer
Sounds like it.
to the aid of one of the members of the 𝗷𝗿𝗄 family?
Sounds like it.
It was me coming to the aid of a citizen who was terrified
Oh,
and scared for him and his family
terrified
on that night.
for his
Happened to
family.
happened?
be- What?
Excuse me, who happened to be 𝗵𝗃.
Give me a fucking break.
You mentioned 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗆. Who's he?
𝗵𝗃 is a detective with the Canton Police.
Is he a coworker?
Yes,
How long have you known him?
probably since 14, 15 years old.
And you also consider him to be a friend as well as a coworker
I do,
and a colleague.
yes.
And you're also well aware. I mean, you've said it already. He's the little brother of Brian.
Correct.
And you're also aware that the reason that your department was ultimately recused from this investigation, Lieutenant Lank, is because of a perceived bias or conflict of interest between the Albert family and the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes, there was a perceived bias.
Can you tell me one more time, now I want to fast forward to the incident in question. What was the exact time that you arrived at the location, if you know?
I believe it was around 6:24, 6:25.
Okay, and you indicated that that was in response to a call that you got from Sergeant Goode.
Yes, that's correct.
What made you decide, or could you have decided to take this particular call? Was it up to you, in other words?
I would never not take that call.
Okay, fair enough. So once you got the call, you knew that you were going to respond because there was something very serious afoot.
Correct.
Did you know at the time you got the call that that very serious incident was occurring at 34 Fairview?
No.
What?
When did you realize that?
Upon speaking with Sergeant Goode.
Okay, so Sergeant Goode didn't, I guess that's what maybe I asked an inartful question. I was asking whether or not Sergeant Goode told you before you actually arrived, he sort of had to have, that it's at 34 Fairview.
He did.
Okay. At that point, did a light bulb go off and you think to yourself, ding, that's the Albert House?
I don't recall if I realized it then or once I turned onto the street. I don't recall.
At some point before your car came to a stop, you knew this is 34 Fairview, this is the Albert household.
I knew that that was Brian Albert's house, yes.
When you arrived, who was the ranking officer at the scene? You mentioned, obviously, we've heard these names, Sergeant Goode, Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, you. Who was the ranking officer?
When I arrived, Sergeant Goode was the ranking officer.
Have you reviewed either, well, let me ask a different question. Did you have a dash cam in the vehicle that you arrived in?
I did not.
And that's because it was that a detective vehicle?
Yes.
Sometimes used undercover, et cetera?
Yes.
So it's not a fully marked cruiser.
No, not at all.
The other cruisers you're aware did have dash cams, correct?
Yes.
Have you reviewed any or all of those dash cams from Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, Sergeant Goode?
Yes.
And you reviewed those in preparation for your testimony?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 16. And I'm going to ask Mr. Bates if you could fast forward that to about the runtime of about, 28:35 or so, with the court's permission.
Yes.
Before we play this, it appears to be a still image of,
So let's not describe it.
sure. What do you see on the screen?
I see two still images.
Okay. Do you recognize either or both of those images?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
It looks like the scene from that morning from, I believe it's going to be the top one anyways, 683 Officer Seraph's cruiser.
And the bottom one?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Looks like possibly Sergeant Goode's based on where it's placed.
Okay. If we could fast forward to the 28:40 mark or so, Mr. Bates, and play that. And let's pause it for a second. Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
Okay, another break. No, he got there at 6:24, he said. That's what time he said he got there. Sorry, I'm trying to read these comments. About 25,000. 25,000 people live there.
You indicated that you have reviewed these videos in anticipation of your testimony today, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to direct your attention to the top video and specifically to an area right around this area in the video, which is highlighted. Before we play, a couple of foundational questions. Did you meet with Jennifer McCabe out behind the vehicle that's depicted in the Officer Sheriff dash cam?
Yes,
Did you have some sort of a conversation with her?
I did.
At some point, did you see Ms. McCabe leave your presence and walk toward the driveway?
Once the conversation had terminated, I honestly don't recall where she went.
Did she tell you that she intended to go inside the house?
I had said to her that at some point we're going to need to speak to Brian and Nicole
Why did you think it was important to speak to Brian and Nicole?
Yeah.
because it's their property.
And somebody was laying in the snow, unconscious and unresponsive, correct?
Correct.
And obviously that could potentially, at least, implicate people inside the house.
Based on my conversation with Ms. McCabe, she had stated that the intention was for Mr. McCabe, for Mr. O'Keefe to join them at that house. So I wanted to get statements from everybody who was there.
Find out what happened, correct?
Correct.
I mean, that's sort of the obvious initial point of an investigation. Find out who the witnesses are and interview all of them, correct?
Correct.
And you began by talking to Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
knowing that she was a potential witness at least, correct?
She identified herself as a friend of Mr. O'Keefe.
Who had been with Mr. O'Keefe just hours before.
Yes.
He ended up laying in the snow fighting for his life, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also knew that there were other witnesses potentially inside the house because she just told you that, right?
I knew that that was ultimately where he was supposed to end up.
So if there were other witnesses in the house, if there were other individuals in the house, they also were potential witnesses.
Potentially.
And Ms. McCabe indicated, I'm going to go in the house, correct?
I had told her that she's going to have to wake her sister up because we're going to need to speak with them.
Why
You
didn't,
didn't think that it was more important to separate the witnesses?
Yeah, why didn't you
and
wake 'em?
not let her talk to other witnesses?
yeah. When you didn't wake her up?
You thought that it was appropriate to let all the witnesses get together and just discuss the facts before you have an opportunity to interview them separately?
Objection.
It is to the form.
Distracted.
I'm just letting the siren go on.
That's fine.
Lieutenant Lank, if you could direct your attention to the area that I highlighted earlier. Let's go ahead and play the video. Stop. Did you see anything occur at or around the car in the distance?
It appears to be somebody walking towards the house.
Was that Jen McCabe?
I can't say for sure.
Do you see yourself, by the way, in this video?
Yes.
Where are you?
Right here.
Okay. You've described sort of the, I don't know if it's tan or gray.
It's a gray North Face jacket with it's black on the top.
Okay. Toward the shoulders.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play the video, and I'll indicate another stopping place that I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about. Apologize. No, go. No, sorry. I'm standing in front of someone. Did you see another person shorter in stature approach you?
I believe, right there? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Who is that?
I believe it's Kerry Roberts.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. Did you see yourself just exit screen right?
Yes.
It appeared that you had something in your hand.
Yes.
You were taking a call
Yes.
on your cell phone.
Yes.
What was that call?
I don't recall. It could have, I can't see what time that is. I don't believe that I made the call to the CPAC unit until around 6:38, so I'm not sure who that call was from.
If you'll direct your attention, I think now down toward the camera below,
Yes.
you may see yourself enter the frame. Can we go ahead and play it? Go ahead and pause it. Does it appear you're on the phone?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
6:35. So Jen's in the house at that point.
Pause it. Did it appear that you walked off screen left?
Yes.
Still on the phone?
Yes.
Go ahead. Pause it. Did you see somebody following that same direction?
It looked like Officer Sheriff.
Go ahead and play it.
Actually, I'm wrong because that's Officer Sheriff right there, so I'm incorrect.
You think it might have been Sergeant Good?
Could we play it back?
With the court's permission.
Sure, go ahead.
Pause. You recognize that person?
Yes, I'm mistaken. That's Sergeant Good.
Okay, go ahead. Pause it. Does it appear that you've walked back into the frame?
Yes.
Are you followed by anybody?
I believe it's still Sergeant Good.
Are you speaking to Sergeant Good or are you walking away from him? Or can't you tell?
In that frame, it appears I'm standing right next to him.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. Did it appear you were sort of walking away from Sergeant Good off frame again?
Yes, it appears that I'm pacing.
Were you still on the phone?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead. Pause it. Directing your attention to the top video, do you see the SUV in the video?
Yes.
Does that SUV appear to be leaving the scene?
Yes.
Do you know who was in that video? In that SUV?
I believe it's going to be Kerry Roberts and Karen Reed.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Pause it. At that point, are you walking back into the frame on the lower video?
Yes.
At this point, Lieutenant, are the lights on the, at 34 Fairview on or off?
They still appear to be off.
And at some point, while you were at the scene, did the lights come on? I think you testified to that earlier.
Yes.
I'd like you to pay special attention to that moment and maybe tell me to stop when you see those lights come on. It may be a minute or so.
Sure.
At this point, does it appear that you're still on the phone?
Yes.
That's what I'm wondering. Did Jen's call log show her calling Lank? Yeah, she called Lank at 8:38. And then I believe he called her back at 9 o'clock and came over. Yeah, how does he not remember who he's talking to on the phone there? That's a good question. But he wasn't talking to Jen at 6:30, whatever. I mean, he wasn't calling Jen there. Wasn't in her call log.
How's it? At this point, is there anything that changed in the scene?
Yes.
What's that?
It appears that there's now a light on inside the home.
And at this point, Ms. McCabe has been inside the house for approximately how long, if you could estimate?
5 minutes.
Maybe 3 minutes.
And are you still on the phone? Or have you ended that call?
I can't tell if I'm still on the phone at that point. I know that right around this time is when I end up speaking to the CPAC unit, because I believe I get into the vehicle.
Let's play it just a little bit further forward, maybe another 30 seconds or so. Stop it. Does it appear at this point, if you can see, does it appear that you've ended that call, or at least your hands are down by your side?
I can't tell.
Okay. You would agree with me, that's all I have for that. You would agree with me that that was without counting the seconds, that was about a 5-minute phone call, or maybe a little better than 5 minutes.
I wasn't watching, to be honest.
Do you have any idea who you were talking to now that you've seen that?
I could make an educated guess, but I don't know for sure.
You did notice that several minutes after Jen McCabe went in the house, and while you were on that phone call, the lights finally came on at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
At the point the lights came on, the ladder truck had already gone, left from the scene, correct? The fire engine.
I believe so.
The firefighters are all gone.
Yes.
The ambulance has already left and transported Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
The paramedics are gone, the EMTs.
Yes.
Fire captain and his SUV, that's gone. Is that right?
I'm sorry, was there a question?
The fire captain and his SUV, that's gone.
I'm not sure.
In other words, all the fire and EMTs.
I don't see them on camera.
Doesn't appear that any fire or EMTs are still on scene, correct?
Doesn't appear so.
Carrie Roberts is gone.
Yes.
Aaron Reed is gone.
Yes.
So when the only parties left at the scene are members of the Albert family, Jen McCabe, and the Canton Police Department representatives, that's when the lights inside 34 Fairview finally came on.
Okay.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And then minutes after that call, you did then speak to CPAC, I'm sorry, to dispatch, correct?
CPAC dispatch.
Right, I was getting to that. It was a dispatch, and the dispatch was to CPAC, not to Canton PD.
Correct.
And at some point, did CPAC dispatch indicate that they were on their way, they had declined the call? What was that call all about?
So there are two separate calls.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Who did you talk to at CPAC?
I don't recall who handled the first call at dispatch.
Okay, do you remember having a conversation with 𝗪𝗟𝗃?
No.
Okay.
I think we're talking about two different things. I'm talking about CPAC dispatch, not Canton Police dispatch.
Okay, fair enough. At some point, did you have a conversation with, well, let me ask it this way. I just don't know. Did you talk to both Canton Dispatch and CPAC Dispatch?
I definitely spoke to CPAC dispatch.
And
I-
we, okay,
I'm not sure if I spoke to Canton dispatch or not.
all right. At some point, did you say, did you indicate to one or the other, I'm responding to 34 Fairview, we have a Boston police officer who was just found?
I stated that I was already at 34 Fairview.
You indicated
I
that he
believe.
does have some trauma to his head area, correct?
That's correct.
And you said, quote, I'm not sure if he's been in a fight or whatever. Our medics don't believe he's going to make it,
Correct.
end quote. Sergeant Lank, you never saw John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
So somebody disclosed to you that it appeared that he had been in a, quote, fight or whatever, at least at that point. That was your thought.
No.
And what made you say, well, you didn't say to dispatch, the victim appears to have been shot, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say it appeared he'd been stabbed.
No.
He had been strangled.
No.
You didn't say it appeared he'd been hit by a car.
Correct.
You said it appeared that he'd been in a fight or whatever, correct?
I stated that he had some trauma to his head, and I said, I don't know if he has been in a fight. And then I believe I described it as I don't remember my exact terminology, but it was a crazy scene,
Chaotic scene,
possibly. I don't recall my exact words, something to that effect.
but you do recall your exact words to dispatch being, I don't know if he's been in a fight or whatever.
Correct.
I want to talk about inside the house for just a few minutes, if I could. You've talked extensively about the crime scene outside, and we'll get to that in a second, but I want to talk about what did or did not happen inside the house. Did you actually make it inside the house at some point?
Yes.
Okay. When was that? How long? Let's use Jennifer McCabe as the time frame. How long after that did you finally go inside the house, after she'd been in the house?
So it was specifically just after I got off the phone with CPAC.
So just a few minutes after we ended that video.
Yes.
And you walked either, you said either along the driveway or through the yard.
I believe it was up the driveway.
Okay. Once you went in the house, you made contact with the individuals in the house, correct?
Yes.
And you believed, at least at that point, that there was a potential that there was a, let me rephrase that. You knew that you were dealing with a violent incident, correct?
No.
Really?
You thought maybe it was just a heart attack?
What?
I didn't know what it was at that point in time. I didn't know what it was. Could have been a multitude of things.
But what was going through your mind at that point was it could have been a fight or whatever, because he had trauma to his head. Those were your words.
Those were my words. Yes.
Okay. So you didn't think it was like some old man who died of old age, right?
Based on his age, no, I wouldn't have suspected that.
You didn't think it was an accidental drowning or something.
Again, it could have been a multitude of things that caused those injuries. So at that point in time, we had no idea what we were looking at.
But you were aware that it had something to do with a violent incident. He had trauma to his face and he's unconscious, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you believe that there were any indicators that Mr. O'Keefe had been involved in some sort of a physical altercation?
Possibly.
Okay. And that's because you used the phrase, he had trauma to his face and head, right?
That's what I had been told, yes.
So based on what you had been told, you knew that there was a person laying out unconscious just outside a residence that may have been involved in a physical altercation. That's fair.
It's a possibility, yes. But again, there were a multitude of things that were going through my head as possibilities.
But that's one of the premier possibilities, right?
I wouldn't say it's premier. It was one of the possibilities.
And it's logical to believe that if a fight had occurred, very well may have started inside the residence 30 feet away.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you believe in your mind that it was possible, given the fact that a violent confrontation was possible in your mind, that it could have started inside the house?
Objection.
Sustained. Yes.
How is that not a valid question? Oh, he's getting somewhere with this. Let me see if we have any turtle chats. No. What's this? Hold on. No, I know we had like I definitely had a hold on. Got a Cash App. Oh wait, there we go. We'll read it when I get the next chance. Next 10-minute break, do you think?
Man.
Sure.
Lieutenant Lank,
Who's
given
the guy
what you
next to
believed
this
at
guy?
the time and the possibility
Never seen him before.
that there was a fight or whatever, did you logically think in your mind, your state of mind was it possibly could have started in the house,
If it had been a confrontation, it could have started anywhere.
right? The house is part of anywhere, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
So in other words, the house is not excluded in your mind at that point as a
Yep.
starting point for the investigation. Is that right?
Well, the starting point would have been where Mr. O'Keefe had been discovered. And then based on speaking with the witnesses, there was no indication that he had ever made it into the house.
Well, you didn't know that until you followed up on your investigation, correct?
I learned that by speaking to Ms. McCabe.
So you just took Ms. McCabe's word for it.
At that point in time, that was the only person I had spoken to, and she gave me a timeline of events from that night where Mr. O'Keefe was supposed to come back to the house, but never made it.
Have you ever been, in your course of investigating cases, have you ever been lied to by a witness?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that? Have you ever been lied to by a
Perfectly
witness?
valid question.
So it's not necessarily the best investigative technique to just take a witness's word for something, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
What?
You need to actually investigate the circumstances for yourself and to your own satisfaction. Is that a fair statement?
Sure.
One of those investigative techniques would be to walk into the house and figure out who's who there, correct?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. One of those investigative techniques to satisfy yourself that you're actually getting to the truth of the matter would be to walk into the house and figure out who's in the house first.
I will agree that I needed to speak to the people in the home. I can't just walk in their house. I have to announce myself, and they don't have to let me in.
I understand. I'm not trying to parse those words. I just mean entering the home and interviewing witnesses. That would be a normal part of your investigation initially, correct?
Yes.
And you also knew that the most obvious place to look for witnesses that may have information about a fallen man in the snow would be 30 feet away in the home, correct?
Correct.
So once you're inside the residence, you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that there's a stair that services the second floor. Is that right?
Straight ahead, yes.
Right. Just before the staircase, there's a door to your left, right?
Yeah, there is.
I don't recall.
There is.
Do you
Trust me.
remember whether or not there's a door that when you open it, goes directly downstairs to the basement?
I don't recall.
You indicated on direct examination that you didn't notice anything, I'm paraphrasing, so forgive me. You didn't notice anything out of place in the home.
No.
But you didn't go downstairs to the basement and look, did you?
No.
Ooh,
Didn't look for broken furniture down there.
I didn't enter the basement at all.
You didn't look for torn clothing down there.
not.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
How about anywhere in the house? Did you look for broken furniture or torn clothing, blood evidence or DNA evidence?
Nope.
At that point in time, I never made it past the front foyer area.
Yeah, that's all I
The
need
answer
to
to
see.
my question is no, you did not.
I never made it past the front foyer area.
So if I were to ask you one more time, I know you never made it past the foyer. Did you ever investigate the foyer area or any other part of the house for evidence of a fight?
The only area I was
God.
able to observe at that point, everything appeared to be in order.
But you didn't search the rest of the house for a fight.
This fucking guy.
That's all I'm asking.
No, I wouldn't have had probable cause to do so.
And did you seek guidance from a court as to whether or not you might have probable cause?
Do you mean a search warrant?
That's what I mean.
I wouldn't fill out an affidavit for a search warrant because it wouldn't have probable cause.
How do you
In
know?
my mind, there was no PC to search that house, right?
How do you know?
Objection.
Let's move on from this.
Like, how do you know until you try? That's the whole point. They searched my house over
One of
fucking
the
nothing.
ways to secure a premises, any premises in a normal crime
Go.
scene investigation would be to remove the witnesses and animals from that premises to sort of freeze it and lock it down, correct?
If there was reason to do so, yes.
Okay. Were the witnesses in this case asked to come outside the house in order to freeze the house down as a potential crime scene?
No.
Were any animals removed in order to freeze and lock down the house as a potential crime scene?
I didn't observe any animals.
Did you, and this is the last question on this issue, did you do anything to lock down and secure that premises, the inside of the house, in any way, shape, form, or fashion?
No.
Can you rephrase that, please?
Fucking
Did you
asshole.
do anything to lock down and secure that premises in any way, shape, form, or fashion?
No.
Did you allow witnesses to go inside the house other than Jim McCabe?
Yes.
Who is that?
I believe Matt McCabe entered the house after I had come out.
And did you seek to separate any of the witnesses or admonish them that they are not to be in each other's presence and discuss the facts of the case before you had an opportunity to interview them?
No.
And as you sit here, you have no idea, when you were not in their presence, you have no idea what the occupants of that house were discussing
Correct.
or what they were doing.
I have no idea what they were doing.
I have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Given the fact that you were the first law enforcement officer inside the house, did you seek to photograph anything inside the house?
When you say I was the first law enforcement officer, I was with Sergeant Goode. Both of us walked in at the same time.
That's fair. I don't mean to be vague, but you were sort of leading the discussion, correct? With the interviews.
Yes.
At least according to Sergeant Goode, you were taking charge.
Sure.
As the first law enforcement officer to take charge inside the house, did you seek to photograph that?
No.
Premises or that location?
No, I did not.
Did you make any drawings or diagrams of the layout of the house?
No, I did not.
Did you note where the furniture was or was not?
I don't know what you mean.
Did you note in a diagram where furniture was? There's a dining room table here. It's got 6 chairs. There's a kitchen table over there.
No, I did not.
Did you note in any document where the individuals were, the human beings were in relation to each other when you walked in the house?
Are you asking me where I were, or did I make a
I'm asking you
diagram?
whether or not you documented that.
No.
Had you been told at the time that you went in the house that John O'Keefe was found out in the yard that there was a shoe missing? His right shoe was missing.
No,
You didn't have that information yet?
I did not.
Did you subsequently learn that?
I learned that much later after we had already cleared the area.
Tell me what much later means. Days, hours, weeks?
I honestly couldn't give an exact answer on that.
I think I know the answer to this, but you didn't do any search for any missing clothing from the victim inside the house.
I did not.
Why not? Yeah. What about that shoe?
Last question on this, or last series of questions on this issue. You understand the importance of electronic devices in modern investigations, correct?
Yes.
iPads, cell phones, things of that nature.
Sure.
Because they can record things like photographs, videos, conversations, text messages, and emails.
Yes.
Would you consider electronic devices relatively vital in modern law enforcement investigations?
I'm sorry, violent?
Vital.
Yes.
Critical.
Yes.
Right? They're critical items of evidence, right? It's like walking around with your entire life in your palm of your hand, correct?
Correct.
Did you seek to secure any electronic devices from any of the occupants of that house that morning?
No.
Did you ask for consent to look through their electronic devices, for instance, their cell phones, for text messages, communications?
No.
Did you believe, well,
Oh, nice to
back
see
to the
M
question
Job
that you
back.
asked
How you
Mr.
doing,
Brown,
buddy?
You did, in fact, interview Brian Albert at the scene, correct?
Yes.
You also interviewed his wife.
Yes.
Did you believe at any point before you interviewed Mr. Albert that it was incumbent upon you to let your supervisors know that there may be a conflict of interest because of a personal relationship that you had with the family?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever, in fact, not whether you believed it was important, but did you ever, in fact, notify any of your superiors at Canton PD or any other law enforcement agency that you had a personal relationship with the Albert family or members of the Albert family?
I did not.
Probably should have.
You indicated that you believe you spoke to Mr. Albert and his wife, Nicole Albert, for maybe 15 to 20 minutes. Is that what you said?
Roughly.
Did you record that conversation?
I did not.
You had your cell phone with you, correct?
Yes.
You know that has recording capability?
Yes.
Was anybody else with Nicole? When I say with, I mean in earshot of Nicole and Brian Albert when you interviewed either one of them or both of them?
Jennifer McCabe.
So you interviewed them together.
Yes.
Did you then interview Jennifer McCabe?
I had spoken to Jennifer McCabe outside. To the best of my memory, I believe once we were inside, I was able to get some more information from her based on the chronological order of events.
And when you were getting this information about the chronological order of events, that was within earshot of Brian Albert and Nicole Albert.
Yes.
So when you interviewed Brian Albert, Nicole and Jennifer McCabe were listening, correct?
Yes.
When you interviewed Nicole Albert, Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe were listening.
Yes.
And when you got this chronological layout of the night before from Jennifer McCabe, Brian and Nicole were both listening.
Yes.
After you met with the three of them and interviewed them, you indicated that you came back. You had already left, you came back. And I'm jumping ahead a little bit, so forgive me. When you came back, it was around 9 a.m.?
No. I came back just moments later.
Had you actually left? I may be a bit confused, so I apologize. Had you actually left and driven back to Canton PD?
No.
Okay, so you just came back in the house?
When Mr. McCabe entered the house,
No, I'm so sorry. I'm jumping ahead, so that's unfair. You left, now we're at the point where you've already cleared the crime scene.
Okay.
And then at some point you get called back
yes.
because Ms. McCabe said she had additional information she wanted to impart.
Yes.
When you interviewed Ms. McCabe that second time, were Brian and Nicole Albert there?
Yes.
Were they within earshot?
Yes.
And they listened to that conversation as well?
Yes.
After that
Great shit.
conversation, did you meet with any other witnesses between February 29th, later in the day, January 29th, anytime until February 4th?
No.
None.
No.
I do want to talk for a second, just a brief second, about setting up a crime scene outdoors. You indicated that the crime scene was relatively secure, was your word. It was relatively secure because there were patrol cars or cruisers sort of around the perimeter
Yes,
of the yard. Is that right?
that's correct.
Crime scene tape wasn't working because it was windy.
Crime scene tape was up, but it was being blown all over the place.
Okay. And of course, Canton PD has the ability to go get stakes and just hammer some stakes into the dirt if you wish to.
No,
You don't have stakes at Canton PD?
No, we-
mean stakes, 𝗬𝗡𝑎𝑘𝑒s.
I know what a stake is. No, we don't have any.
Canton PD doesn't have those.
No.
So if the crime scene tape was blowing down, that was just sort of a, let's give up on it. Wasn't doing any good.
No.
In your mind, it was futile.
Give up.
The crime scene tape was futile, yes. It was left up until we made the determination to take it down, but it wasn't really doing its job.
All right. And once the scene was cleared, all those cruisers that were protecting that crime scene were now gone.
Yes,
And all the cruisers were gone by about 7:50 in the morning, 7:50, 7:55.
yes,
So before 8 a.m., that crime scene was completely open. I'm sorry, after 8 a.m., that crime scene was completely open,
yes,
unsecured,
yes,
and available to anybody who wanted access to it.
correct.
One of the reasons to secure a crime scene is to minimize the possibility of evidence destruction on one hand, correct?
Yes,
And evidence tampering on the other hand, right?
sure.
And examples of evidence tampering could be just moving a piece of evidence.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's overruled. Just not too much further with this, though.
I've just got a couple of quick questions about this.
Could you repeat that, please?
Sure. An example or a couple of examples of evidence tampering could be something as simple as moving a piece of evidence, moving it from here to here, correct?
That would be tampering, yes,
Hiding evidence, getting rid of it, right?
yes,
Taking evidence out of the scene or putting evidence back into the scene, correct?
yes,
Or even planting evidence that didn't exist before. All of those would be examples of tampering with evidence.
yes.
And setting up a proper crime scene minimizes or eliminates the possibility for that.
Setting up a crime scene would, could you say that again, please?
Makes them look so
Sure.
stupid.
Setting up a proper crime scene, securing a proper crime scene minimizes or tries to eliminate the possibility of that type of evidence tampering, obviously.
It would, but at this point in time, we weren't aware of, at this point in time, state police had said they weren't responding. So there was no longer an area to preserve at that point.
So in your mind, well, let me phrase it a different way. What that means is after 8 a.m., that scene was just open.
It was.
You found both the blood that we saw pictures of and the
Oh, it was
cocktail glass
secured.
we were just introduced to this morning, correct?
Yes,
Is that what Plevin
Searched
said?
the area that was adjacent to where you believed the body was. Is that right?
we searched, I would say, about a 6x6 or 7x7 area,
6x6 or 7x7?
roughly. 6 feet on each side.
Right. You were looking for obviously anything that was out of place, anything that didn't belong,
Yes,
like a man's size 12 shoe would have caught your attention.
Yeah,
It
a little
would.
bit. A little bit.
Black baseball cap would have caught your attention.
Probably.
it would.
Yeah, probably.
Piece of plastic broken probably would have caught your attention.
Yes,
Definitely. But it wasn't there.
Certainly 45 pieces of plastic would
It
have
was
caught your
45? I thought it was 35. More. Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
And between you, Officer Seraph, Sergeant Goode, Officer Mullaney, Lieutenant Gallagher,
None of associate.
None of that was found.
The only things we found were the things that were documented.
Perfect.
We did
He's
find
like,
the blood, however. Is that right?
Yes.
Who literally physically leaned down and scooped that blood up?
Me.
And that was done in a plastic solo cup that we've heard a little bit about. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
You're aware that those solo cups are unsealed?
I believe Lieutenant Gallagher got them out of a sealed package.
When I say
Yes, he
unsealed,
did.
they don't have a lid on them. They're not airtight containers.
Correct.
So once you scoop up
He
the
said
snow,
Proctor
and
couldn't
the
plant
dirt, the debris, and the grass, and everything else, along with the blood, they're just open to the air.
Yeah, there was snow and blood. There was no dirt and debris in the class that I can recall.
You're sure about that? There's no dirt and snow?
I didn't observe any. No.
You didn't observe any dirt and snow? You don't think there's dirt and snow?
I didn't observe any dirt in the glass. Excuse me, the cup.
Okay. Certainly wasn't a sterile cup.
No.
Certainly wasn't a crime scene cup.
No.
You're aware that the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab warns against collecting any biological material in anything made of plastic, correct? Are you aware of that?
No.
When you scooped up the blood, did you videotape that process so we know exactly which blood stain was scooped up from where?
I don't recall if it was videotaped, but we did not document which scoop went in which cup.
Okay. So if there was multiple
Scoop.
contributors of the blood, we'd sort of have no idea which blood drop belonged to whom, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Once these unsealed cups were in your possession, what did you do with them?
The cups were placed into the Toyota Tundra that I was driving that day and ultimately returned back to the police station.
Okay, and you talked a little bit about the process once you returned back to the station. They were put in a brown evidence bag, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, when you log these items into tell me the name of it again, it's temporary evidence?
Temporary, excuse me, the blood was put in temporary evidence refrigerator.
Okay, inside the evidence bag. Cups are still inside the evidence bag and it's logged in.
I don't recall that. I'm not sure if I took them out or not. I don't recall.
You indicated that there's an item number or property number that's assigned to them.
Yes.
There is generated a seal or a label to go on the evidence that's being stored, correct?
It should, yes.
And the bag is sealed. The evidence bag is sealed like this red tape that we see on this thing, correct?
When possible, there are certain items that can't be bagged, and then sometimes you create a tag and attach it to a tag.
Right, but if it's a brown paper bag that's an evidence bag, you certainly just fold over the edge of it and just put a red evidence seal on it to make sure that that's secure and not tampered with, correct?
That would be one way to do it, yes. I don't recall if I left them in the bag or took them out of the bag. I don't recall.
If you left them in the bag, you likely would have, if you're booking them into evidence, you likely would have used some red crime scene, not crime scene tape, evidence tape.
If I had left them in the bag, I would have put the property label right on the bag.
So everybody could see it.
Yes.
Okay, there's an evidence bag with important evidence in it. Don't mess with it. It's secure.
Don't
correct?
mess.
Yes.
Can we have tab 23?
Oh boy, where are you going with this?
Do you recognize what's depicted in this exhibit?
Me in the shower.
I believe it's Miss Reed's vehicle.
For the record, you're looking at what's been previously marked as Exhibit 37. You see the little white rag down there by the right rear quarter panel?
Yes.
Let's go to tab 24.
So that's what this other
You
guy.
see that white rag?
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes,
Okay.
Sorry.
Did you see a bag sitting next to it?
I do.
Doesn't look like an evidence bag, does it?
No, it looks like a Stop and Shop bag.
Stop and
But
Shop.
actually, it looks like an evidence bag. It just doesn't say Canton Police on it. It says Stop and Shop, but it does look like an evidence bag. It's the same thing.
What?
That's a grocery bag.
It is. And that's exactly what our evidence bags look like. So that's what I thought it was at first.
Except it doesn't say anything about evidence on it. It says Stop and Shop, correct?
Correct.
What do you think's in that evidence bag? I'm sorry, Stop and Shop bag.
I'm sorry.
I'm not sure.
You were when these pictures were taken?
I could tell that it's the Canton Police Sallyport. So it's some point after the state
Electric
police had seized the vehicle.
They need more than a new
At some
kitchen.
point after you had brought the solo cups back to the station.
Correct.
Matter of fact, these were taken on February 1st when the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab finally took possession of these items of evidence, correct?
I was not in the police station for those 2 days.
Let's look at the next tab, tab 25. You recognize that?
It appears to be solo cups with substance inside.
Are those just any solo cups or those the solo cups that you took back to the station from 34 Fairview?
I mean, I couldn't say definitively, but it certainly looks like it.
It appears
Good
that they
police
have
work.
red liquid material floating in the bottom.
Yes.
Appear to be blood.
The top three I can see. Yeah. The only two I see that don't have it are the bottom two left.
Okay. Let's look at the next tab, which is 26. And do you see somebody with gloved hands opening that bag? Same bag, little white rag right there.
I do.
Okay. That appear to be the same 6 solo cups?
That you just showed me in the previous slide?
Yes.
Yes.
Are those the same 6 solo cups that you gathered at the scene at 34 Fairview and ultimately brought back to Canton PD?
They certainly appear like they are, but I can't say definitively, but they appear to be.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on your words. Go ahead. Sure.
They appear to be the same solo cups, but I couldn't say definitively.
Let's go back to tab 24. And the reason you can't say definitively, Lieutenant, is because there is no label on this bag, is there?
Not on that side of it, no.
There is no property number on this bag, is there?
Not on the side that's visible to me, no.
There's no evidence tape on this bag, is there?
Not on the side that's visible to me, no.
Well, let's look at the other photographs. Are you, well, before we do that, are you suggesting that all of that material is on the other side of this bag?
I don't know. I'm not suggesting anything. I'm telling you I don't know.
Okay, let's look at the next next tab. Looking at it from the top, does it appear anywhere from that vantage point that there's evidence tape that's ever been put on that bag, that has ever been secured?
Doesn't look like it.
I wouldn't be able to tell you that.
Well, one of the ways that you can tell that evidence tape has been put on an item is because when the evidence tape is placed on it, it's completely sealed. And if in fact that seal is ever broken, it's not torn off, it's cut, and there's initials put on, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever used evidence tape before? To seal anything?
I'm sure I have. I don't recall off the top of my head.
How long have you been a detective? I'm sorry, how long were you a detective when you were a detective?
I was a detective for 11 months as a sergeant, and then I was a detective for 15 months back in 2011-12.
And in your experience, and how long have you been a police officer?
Over 24 years.
So in your 24 years of experience and over a year as a detective, you can't remember if you've ever used evidence sealing tape?
As I said, I'm sure I have. I just can't recall one off the top of my head.
When, if you believe you can recall using it at all, isn't the protocol that when evidence sealing tape is used to seal an item of evidence, when it's removed, it's not torn off, it's cut, and then new sealing tape is put over it with an initial and a date, correct?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
I don't.
Okay, next question.
Thank you. That's all I have for this.
I'm all done with this guy.
Okay, I'm going to see Consulate Sidebar for just a minute.
Of course you are.
Sure.
Of course you are. All right, real quick. We have a couple cash apps here meant to get to. Don't want to forget these people. Lindsay sends $5 and says, this judge is a complete bitch. Makes my blood boil. You and I both. Join the club. Thank you, Lindsay. Jason EMT sends $5, says, stay strong and thank you for the great coverage. My pleasure, Jason. Thank you, sir. And yeah, I think that's it. I think Jay sent this earlier at the $5 is if they found taillight, why would berm look dent? Okay. And Jeffrey sent $5 says Auntie Bev's career-ending trial. We can only hope. We can only hope. Got a couple turtle chats here from Abby sends $10 and says for cough drops for Auntie Bev's corruption cough. All right. She does have a weird cough. Some people are saying she's signaling to like Lally or something to like object. I mean, I'm not going to get into that, you know. What do you guys think so far? I mean, I don't like they're just establishing that these people are like Keystone cops. They're just clearly not doing anything that they're supposed to do. They didn't search the house. Really hammering home the fact that there was no taillight there. I mean, Plevin has always said, not that he's like a serious person, but he's like the only person on the other side who's attempted to make some sort of explanation for this, for why Proctor couldn't plant taillight. He goes, because the scene was secure all day. It wasn't. We found out that was a lie today. The scene was not secure at all because they couldn't find any stakes, any Omaha stakes, nothing. From Elisa Marie. I didn't see any turtle chat from Elisa Marie. I mean, I've read every turtle chat that's come in. So. Yeah, I've read them all. Patricia just sent me $100. Thank you very much, Patricia. Thank you. Very kind of you. And says, fucking judge shit show. Yeah, you and I both. I know that feeling right now. Fucking judge shit show. Okay. You sound down today. No, I'm fine. I'm cool. I'm perfect. I'm a little tired. I don't know why. I'm just not feeling that great lately. I don't know. But I'm good. I promise. Just check Plevin's. Lank held us up. These people, man, these people are a riot. I mean, come on. How can they be watching this and pretend that like things are going well? Things are going very well for us today. Right. Sure they are. Any other? Sometimes I like to read what they're all saying just to get a idea. Let's see what Olivia Lambo's saying. She's always got some good ones. I'll come back to this. It's fine. Olivia. Yeah. Yes, this is a complete joke, Lindsay Cunningham. This absolutely. All right. All right, let me see. I was looking for Yannetti. Oh no, what was I looking for? Oh, Olivia, she had a good tweet. Let me know when it's back on. Moderator, can I see you at sidebar? So the prosecution of Karen Reed wants you to believe that investigators who thoroughly searched the crime scene numerous times, including the state police's specialized search team, somehow missed this huge piece of bright red taillight that was supposedly found days later on February 4th. 6 to 8 feet from the road in the area where O'Keefe's body was found. They want you to believe that investigators were eagle-eyed enough to spot small pieces of clear, broken cocktail glass in the snow, a black cocktail straw, the blood droplets the morning O'Keefe's body was found, but somehow they missed all 45 pieces of broken red taillight, including the large one. Conveniently, none of the 45 pieces of taillight were observed nor found at the scene until after Proctor seized her vehicle. I mean, that's really all it comes down to, man. Really all it comes down to, how you know this is a goddamn conspiracy, not just incompetence, an outright conspiracy. So, okay. All right, so let's jump out of that. All right, what's going on in the court? Anybody know who this guy is? The Jesus-looking fella? Not sure who that is. With the Reed team in court. So did the reporters have to stand up for this thing? Are they sitting down? They get to bring their own chairs in? How's that work? It's so much better without Grant. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 reporters there. Okay. You get me a press pass, baby. I'll be in there. No problem. Yeah, this is the same courtroom where I was, I had some priceless memories in there. I had my recent hearing in here with Mello. And I think I have a hearing there coming up in a couple weeks. I also was released from jail. They brought me in handcuffs through these doors, and they sat me right here. And I was like extremely nervous that they were going to try to send me back, because I just found out like 20 minutes before that I was being indicted for 2 more bullshit charges against the fake victim. Yeah, I heard there was an overspill, but no, 𝗬𝗃𝗍𝗄𝗏 did let me out in her infinite wisdom. She's great. Did you blow a kiss in here? No, I blew a kiss in the Dedham District Court across the street. To Grant. Seriously, I mean, who's all these people in the gallery? Like, they're Johnny-come-latelys. Where have they been in this story? The victim witness advocate's there. Steve Nelson was sitting down earlier in a suit, so he's definitely in there. I don't have any stickers on my laptop because I'm a grown-up, not a college student. Like, yeah, Grant. I mean, I haven't been denied a press pass. They're just ignoring me. They think they know they can't deny me. Her name's Jennifer Donahue, and we're gonna have to find her and track her down because she owes me a press pass. No, I don't think it's. I'm not going to be called. I'm not on the witness list, so I can't be called as a witness. They don't want me as a witness. You know, before I went to jail, Karen told me that they were considering putting me on the witness list. But I just think that the stink of being arrested for a crime I didn't commit and going to jail for 60 days was, I don't know, too much of a liability, I guess. No, there are no jurors on camera. I don't know who that guy is. No, we've been over this. Grant needs to move to Beatdown. They don't want him there. The gays don't want Grant. They'd trade him right back to us. If we reject this person, he's not welcome here. Not happening. Oh, yeah, Aaron and the giraffe, the pet giraffe shirt went. That's interesting. Please cover the Micah Miller death. Her husband is a pastor, and she was found with an apparent self-inflicted wound. Where's she from? Micah Miller, South Carolina's pastor's wife, died by suicide, ME says. So you guys think it's not a suicide? You saying the pastor did it? A self-inflicted gunshot wound. Not in the back of the head. Oh, 2 days after, Pastor Paul Miller was served divorce papers by her. That's not good. She told her sister before dying that if she was ever found dead in the exact manner she was found in the park, her husband was responsible. Well, that's not good. According to an affidavit filed by her younger sister. Oh, that's a weird coincidence. This guy's goofy looking too. If I end up with a bullet in my head, it was not by me. It was JP. The sister wrote in a sworn affidavit. All right, we're back. We'll see.
Jim. Paul, we're bringing them over? Yes, please.
Please, please.
Yeah, looks like shadiness going on there. Not so sure that's a suicide. No, the Kearney police did not arrest me. The state police arrested me. Brian. Oh, this is John's ex-girlfriend, Tara Kerrigan. She's the one that wrote that ridiculous story in Boston Magazine about how hard it's been. Oh, this horrible Alan Jackson is so mean with his theories that make sense and are backed by evidence. Oh, he's the worst. The Reed family is in charge of that. Well, Karen and her defense team. So just a few days before the Passion Light, girlfriend's husband mysteriously went also. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, I'm just going to go out and say he did it. I haven't looked into it much, but it sounds like he did it. Dude, it's goofy looking. His wife's like hot.
Back in session, you may be seated.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have at this time.
Oh, that's it?
Mr. Lally?
Oh, great. Oh, great. This is what we have to look forward to before lunch.
Thank you, sir. With regard to incident you were asked about from August of 2002, can you explain in your own words what happened?
So I had left the establishment, Centerfields is what it was called at the time. And the owner had asked me if I could drive a patron home who had too much to drink. So I obliged. Walked across the street to the parking lot, got in my truck with the patron. And as I was pulling out, that's when Mr. Albert approached my truck and told me how he had been in an altercation earlier in the evening with Mark Lapalato, and that Mark had made threats towards him and his family, that he was going to harm his family They had a young child at the time.
Oh, the young child.
Mr. Albert was concerned and asking me what he should do.
Oh,
Excuse me. As I was telling him what I think he should do, he said something to the effect of, "Oh no, here they come." And I observed multiple men walking down the sidewalk in our direction. At this point, I got out of my truck, approached the group, and pleaded with them. I said, "Guys, not tonight. He's by himself. He's with his wife, girlfriend.
What?
There's not going to be a fight tonight." And I did my best to diffuse the situation, but they weren't having it. They made several attempts to push past me. Ultimately, a wrestling match ensued. Mr. Lepalato at one point said, "I know who you are. I don't give a fuck," and asked me what I was going to do about it. A wrestling match ensued. I was punched. And at that point, I defended myself and did engage in a physical altercation with Mark.
Now, you were asked about sort of timing of reports. You didn't write a report until a couple days later, is that correct?
That's correct.
Why was it?
I had spoken to the shift supervisor that night, and I asked him if he wanted me to return and generate a report at that point. And he advised me that I could do it the next time I was at work, which was a couple of days later.
And as far as the police responding to that parking lot that night, how were they notified?
I had yelled across the street when the group was trying to push its way past me. I yelled across the street to the bartender and the owner had made their way, excuse me, out onto the sidewalk street area. I yelled across the street and I said, call the police, and they ultimately called 911.
Now, what, if any, relevance or factor did any of that have in your minds in regard to your response and interviews or anything that you did on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely nothing.
And in fact, that involved Christopher Albert in 2002, correct?
Yes, it did.
And you were at Brian Albert's residence in 2022, correct?
Correct.
And just to be clear, just because their last name is Albert, they're separate people. You have separate relationships with each of those persons, correct?
Correct.
Now, you grew up in the town, you work in the town. Fair to say you go to calls regarding people that you know,
Yes.
whether that be witnesses, people that you arrest, any of the like, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the questions that you were asked about Mr. O'Keefe, just to be clear, you never laid eyes on Mr. O'Keefe's body at any point in time on January 29th or thereafter, correct?
No, I didn't.
You were asked some questions about on the cruiser cam video, whether you were on the phone. You indicated that you could make an educated guess as to who you were on the phone with. Who would that be?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
And so at the time that you're on the phone from that video, Lieutenant Gallagher was not on scene yet, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to the weather on that day, we talked a bit about sort of the weather as you were on scene. During the time that you were on scene, did it essentially persist in the same manner?
Yes.
And then later on that day, what, if any, change occurred with regard to the weather?
As I recall, while we were there, it stayed the same. If anything, it might have gotten even worse.
And from your memory of that day, did that continue throughout the course of the day while you were working?
Yes.
Now, with regard to in the house at 34 Fairview Road, each of those occasions, if you could, with respect to the 3 occasions that you went inside the house to speak to people, where were those people within the house?
The first time I went in, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert were located, I believe, on the stairs or sitting possibly at some point on the stairs. Jen McCabe was to my right. The second time I went back in, excuse me, was also through the front door. And it was the same positioning, except this time Matt McCabe was present, and Matt was also to my right.
And then on the third occasion, when yourself and Lieutenant Gallagher came back to speak to Mr. McCabe further?
We went in through the door to the right, so it's to the right of the main door. We went in through that door and stayed in like the dining kitchen area, and that's where I spoke with Jennifer.
And that third time that you went back and you spoke with Jennifer, where was Brian Albert, 𝗏𝗏, Matthew McCabe, any of those parties that were there before? Do you know?
They were present. I actually don't recall if Matthew McCabe was there the third time. Brian and Nicole were definitely there. I believe they were in the general vicinity, but I couldn't tell you exactly where they were.
And same thing when you went back on that third occasion, what, if anything, did you note as far as the interior of the house, anything askew, anything out of place?
No, everything looked to be in order.
Nothing further.
May we approach very briefly?
Yes.
I'm just reading something real quick, an email. You guys are going to like this, that I got from a prosecutor a few months ago. Let me read this in one sec. I'm tweeting it out right now. I think it was, I'll just show you guys right now, then I'll tweet it out. How about that? So, how can I pull this up? So this is an email I got from last April from the prosecuting attorney who prosecuted the 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗺 brothers. So they were arrested during that whole thing, wrongly arrested by Lank, who assaulted them and kind of clocked in to work while he was drunk. And this is an email I got from the prosecutor in that case. He said, I'm the prosecutor, and I, even though he spelled it wrong, the prosector, in the case against Mark, and I looked up his name. He is the guy, against Mark and Anthony 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. I tried the case in Dedham District in 2003. It's the jury session for the Stoughton District Court. My case took a day and a half. The case on behalf of the brothers took an hour and 15 minutes. Jury was back immediately. It was a long time ago. I remember the case for two reasons. First, I kept saying centerfolds instead of center fields, and the judge reminded me that centerfolds was a gentleman's club in Boston on numerous occasions. Second was how I felt after the jury came back. I felt like a complete scumbag for believing whoever the Canton cop was. That Canton cop is Michael Lank. I think he left before the jury even came back. Complete piece of shit. Everyone is talking about reading the story on Turtleboy. So there you have it. Like, yeah, he felt lied to. Like, it basically, these prosecutors take the words of police and, you know, to prosecute these people charged with crime. So to prosecute the 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 brothers, and it turns out he was lied to about what actually happened during that incident and made to look like a fool. Made to look like a fool, and he wasn't happy about it. So I got the sauces. I know I should email him back, have him on the show. Actually, I'm going to email him right now and say, hey, you want to? I just sent him an email. See if he gets back to me. All right. All right, cool. So just tweeted that out. Yeah, at this rate, we're definitely not going to have anything. We're definitely not going to have any more witnesses today. Today's a Michael Lank day. Who's tomorrow? You know, we'll see. So I just emailed him. Hopefully he'll come on. Yeah, I got to watch him. He's been on the Young Jerks a few times, right? And he's really going after Wendy pretty hard. Saw that. Respect that, obviously.
Mayor, Your Honor.
Yes.
Very briefly, Lieutenant Lank, you indicated that you claimed in your description that you were assaulted by the Louie brothers, correct?
Yes.
The fact is, they were never convicted of anything having to do with this case, the case that you're describing.
No, if you read the prosecutor.
Correct.
You also indicated that they made a either a threatening comment to you or a disparaging comment to you about I don't give a fuck, correct?
Correct.
Is it true that what was actually said was you said to them, I don't know who you are, but I'm going to make your life miserable?
No.
All of this incident was in furtherance of you protecting a member of the 𝗬𝗿𝗆 family when they asked for your help, correct?
No, it was me protecting someone who asked for my help who was clearly in fear.
Oh, my God.
Being Albert.
Happened to be an Albert.
He always says he's in fear.
All right, you are all set. Thank you, Lieutenant. You're all set, sir. Let's try and get some testimony from one more witness.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
jurors, we will break right at 1, but
Are we going to address those?
let's see if we can get more
Oh,
testimony.
we're going to get another witness?
Who's your next witness?
Nice.
The Commonwealth call Lieutenant Charles Rae.
Okay.
Definitely one a lot of people have told me to look into. After one is the 𝗵𝗂𝗄𝗃 Anderson case. MLS has told me that. I got to check that out. A lot of people tell me about that case. I'll be a true crime guy after this, basically. But this is like this. Karen Reed is kind of popping my true crime cherry, if you will. But I don't think we'll ever see a case like this again. It's obvious, but all about it. All right, Lieutenant Charles Rae.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and here to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
Okay. I don't know who this guy is. You know, I am an investigative journalist. That's the thing about the true crime. It's like not an
Could
investigation.
you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Charles Rae, R-A-E.
And how are you employed, sir?
I work for the Kearney Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Kearney Police?
Approximately 25 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the Kearney Police?
I'm a lieutenant.
And how long have you had the rank of lieutenant with the Kearney Police?
I've been a lieutenant for about 9 years.
And what, if any, sort of specialized duties or assignments do you have within the Kearney Police Department?
Day to day, I'm going to be a patrol shift commander. Some ancillary duties include overseeing the Family Services Unit, which includes juvenile services, school resource officers, sexual assault investigations, and special populations.
And if I could turn your attention to January 29, 2022, you working that day?
I came in to work the day shift at about 7:30 a.m.
And what is the day shift of the Kearney Police?
7:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m.
And when you arrived that day at the department, what if anything was sort of going on at the department that day when you arrived?
Well, there was a well forecasted snowstorm. It was in the early stages. So when I came in, there was a lot of, as there usually is at shift change, a lot of comings and goings, people leaving the shift, people coming onto the shift. And it was a busy dispatch area at that time.
And at some point after you arrived at work, were you made aware of a call that your department had dispatched to shortly after 6 a.m. on that day?
Correct.
And just in general terms, what was it that you learned about that call?
The outgoing shift sergeant, when he returned, usually there's a roll call. I believe that day, I don't recall there being a roll call, but there was an exchange of information, as there typically is in the dispatch area. And I was advised that there was an unresponsive man found in the snow on Fairview Road.
Man lying in the snow.
And that outgoing shift supervisor was who?
Sergeant Sean Good.
And what, if any, information were you given as far as the unresponsive man?
That he was a Boston police officer, and he was found at 34 Fairview Road.
Let me ask you this. At some point, did you learn what his name was?
Yes, Mr.
And who did you learn?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
And were you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe?
I had never met him before, no.
At some point, did you become aware of where he lived?
Yes.
And from what you had learned from Sergeant Goode, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe being transported from the scene to the hospital, who, if anyone else, was transported from the scene to the hospital?
I was advised that his girlfriend was on the scene as well, and she was subsequently transported to Good Samaritan Hospital, the same hospital that Mr. O'Keefe was transported to.
And at some point over the course of that morning, did you become aware of any children that Mr. O'Keefe was responsible for as far as the legal guardianship?
Yes, I was made aware that he was the guardian of two young children that may or may not be at the house at that time unattended, given the fact that both he and his girlfriend were transported.
Based on that information, what, if anything, did you decide?
I'm not sure if it was a suggestion of the former chief or if it was just something that organically developed, but it seemed like the right thing to do a well-being check on the children at One Meadows Ave, which was Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And just with respect to the former chief specifically, who are you talking
about? Ken 𝗵𝗂𝗍𝗔.
And a well-being check, if you could describe to the jury, so what is involved in that and what does it entail as it applies to this situation?
As it applies to this situation, we believe that there may be two young unattended children, and knowing that both Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed wouldn't be returning to the house anytime soon, we wanted to check on them so that if they woke up and wonder where everybody was and need some assistance, that perhaps we could provide that and help locate other loved ones or bring them to the police station if we had to, just to kind of provide some sort of comforting presence.
And within the Canton Police Department, is there a specific cruiser that's allocated for sort of the shift supervisor?
Yes, 682.
What are these
And
questions?
is that the cruiser that you use to go to One Meadows Ave?
We did.
Years.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, went with?
Sergeant Lehan and I. He was the incoming sergeant.
And what, if any, role does Sergeant Lehan have with regard to the department? Specific role?
Now he's a detective sergeant and prosecutor. At that time, he was a shift sergeant.
And so the 682 cruiser that you were driving, are you aware that that has a cruiser camera fixed to it?
Correct.
Have you had occasion to review that footage from that particular cruiser on that particular morning?
I have now, yes.
Your Honor, if I could ask to publish for the jury a portion of Exhibit 41.
Okay.
Gentlemen, if I could have that on the screen, if I could ask Ms. Gilman if you could fast forward to 2 hours, 3 minutes, and 53 seconds.
Is that what we're getting here? We'll see.
What's up on the screen right now, Lieutenant, do you recognize what that is?
That'd be the interior of Sallyport Door 3, which is where the 682 would have been parked.
At 8:16 p.m.
And then from there is where you drove.
They said 8:16 a.m. They're fucking liars. Wait.
Gentlemen, if you could just run forward.
They said AM. They had. If this is fucking PM with the cracked tail light, I swear to God, these fucking liars. They said they had dash cam of her car at 8:26 AM or 8 o'clock AM with the cracked tail light. They said that, right? This is 8:16 AM. Oh, I see. Okay, let's see it. Oh, we'll see. They're really going to drive all the way there. They can't just show, they can't skip to the part where he's getting there. Okay, so this is AM. They're really going to make us do the whole fucking journey. They can't just fast forward to the part where they get to the house.
Gentlemen, if you could pause it there. And Ms. Gilman, if you could, I'd ask you to fast forward to about 2 hours.
Thank you.
9 minutes and 25 seconds.
Thank you, Lally. Thank you. We just saw it. That was it. Like, he's really going to make us fucking watch the drive there.
If you could play it from there.
I'm going to make it just the full screen so you don't see my beautiful face. Why does people keep saying apron? All right, here's One Meadows Ave. Let's see it. Here we go. Here we go.
What's up on the screen, Lieutenant?
Are you kidding me?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
One Meadows Ave.
And sort of the middle of the screen, is that sort of a front door to the home? Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
The door that you went to, is that the door, or did you go to a different door?
Okay, thank you.
I don't remember
Dude,
which door we went.
show the fucking car, Lally.
Now, with respect,
Jesus fucking Christ, Lally.
to this home, had you ever been there before?
No.
Bro,
Subsequent to this,
let's see the
did
fucking
you
car.
learn also that the residents of One Meadows Ave had cameras of its own?
Yes.
Have you seen camera footage from both the driveway and the front door
Oh,
of the
for fuck's
residence
sake.
from that morning when you were there?
Yes.
Now, as far as a well-being check, if you could just sort of physically describe to the jury, what is it that you're doing with regard to a well-being check when you come to a house like this?
We're going to check to see if there's anybody there, which is typically the case. And we're going to go knock on doors and see if there's any activity of anybody at the home.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play.
Yeah, let's see it. Thank you. Well, what a waste of time. Bro, it's almost 1. Let's see this. Come on.
If you could pause it there, Ms. Gilman.
Where's the shattered tail light?
So it appears from this you pull into the driveway at One Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes.
And there's a vehicle directly in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And at the time, you were not aware of sort of the particulars of the incident that occurred earlier in the morning, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say, from what's depicted up on the screen, was that essentially what the driveway looked like at that time when you came in there at approximately 8:23 in the morning?
I don't see a shattered tail light.
Yes.
Do you guys?
And as far as when you went to knock on the door, are you just knocking on the front door and then no one answers and that's it? Or
I can't
look
zoom.
around the house? What is it that you do on a well-being check?
You would go to the front door or the door that you think everyone would use in a whatever the situation was. You take a cursory glance around to see if there's any reason to check anywhere else. In this case, it's a fenced backyard, so I'm not going to be going back there. Because if in this case, we weren't looking for someone that might be a dead body, we were looking for 2 children that would be up and active.
Now, as far as that vehicle that's parked in the driveway in front of you, did you have any reason to look at it, inspect it, or anything like that at this point that you're at the house?
No,
And as far as any condition of it, specifically the right rear passenger side, you didn't have any occasion to go inspecting that or looking at it at that point, correct?
correct.
Now, as far as from this video, the condition of the right rear passenger side and the condition vis-a-vis the left rear passenger side, that's how it appeared in the driveway when you pulled up, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play.
I mean, you can see here, this is the part. Look at that. Let's see it.
You could pause right there, Mr. So the individual just sort of walked across the front of the cruiser. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And who was that?
that was me.
Your Honor, I'm not sure how. May we approach?
Okay.
Well, that's gonna be the end of the day. That's how they're gonna leave us. Oh, they're really looking at it. Oh, look at Paul. Is he smiling and staring at Karen?
Lieutenant, we're going to need you back tomorrow. We're going to break for today.
Okay.
So, jurors, that's it. You can stay just for a minute, please. That's it for today. We'd ask those same three, or I give you those same three cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know. We'll see you tomorrow morning. So report at 8:30.
Sure, again, leaving your notebooks on your kids and taking all your items with you. All rise, sure, follow me.
All smiling there? Yep, I got that too. Yeah, that is what he's doing, huh?
Yes.
Okay.
Nope, that's it for today. We're good. Thank you. All right, you don't need me for anything, right?
No, I do not, Your Honor. No.
Oh,
Rise, please.
yeah, what was with that Paul nasty grin there? You see that? Wow. All right, hold on. Let me pull up something first. All right. I'm gonna pull up the glare. See what's Melanie saying. I know Melanie's way behind. I forgot she doesn't do it live. Let's see what the glare saying. I'm gonna pull my guy here. I want to hear some perspectives on this. No, wrong one.
Taillight was missing in that footage. Yeah, this shit is crazy. Hold on. Let's get to Tom real quick.
Oh yeah, Tom. Let's watch the glare watching Tom. And see if they have any comment on this on the way out. Hold on.
So I'm gonna wait until I mean, it's totally innocent, and obviously the parents consent, but I don't like to show kids on here if I can help it. That's not to say anything bad about Tom or nothing. Like I said, it's just protesters, and they brought their kids out. And me personally, I just prefer not to show kids on this channel if I can help it. So here we go. Okay, now we can watch.
Yeah. I'll go watch Tom. Oh, it's really creepy the way it falls. Damn, people are
Wrapping it up.
Rita. This is like
You got bricks power inverter. Casey. Don't worry about that. Not a big...
Hey there. All right, let's see what people are saying in the chat.
Please be careful. Please be careful.
Ready?
Hi.
You want to stay back with me?
Yeah. Oh, hi. Hey, guys.
Hey, man, get out of the street.
I'm gonna yell that. Hey, man, get out of it. All right, so there's that. Okay. I want to hear. All right, so there's that. I want to hear what his reaction. I'm trying to look for some reactions to that taillight thing. Let's see what people are saying. What's Will saying?
That shit echoed. Shit echoed
At the home.
And fair to say, from what's depicted up on the screen, was that essentially what the driveway looked like at that time when you came in there at approximately 8:23 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
And as far as when you went to knock on the door, are you just knocking on the front door and then no one answers and that's it? Or you look around the house? What is it that you do on Will Beach?
You would go to the front door or the door that you think everyone would use in a whatever the situation was. You take a cursory glance around to see if there's any reason to check anywhere else. In this case, it's a fenced backyard, so I'm not going to be going back there. Because if in this case, we weren't looking for someone that might be a dead body, we were looking for 2 children that would be up and active.
Now, as far as that vehicle that's parked in the driveway in front of you, did you have any reason to look at it, inspect it, or anything like that at this point that you're at the house?
No.
And as far as any condition of it,
All
specifically the right rear passenger side, you didn't have any occasion to go inspecting that or looking at it at that point, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as your...
All right, so let's take a look at that zoomed in picture, shall we? I got it right here. And see what people think. Because you saw Paul. Again, they say there's 45 pieces missing from this. I don't know. What do you guys think? How does that look? Let's look at it. Compare that side with the full light there to this side. I mean, is the whole thing shattered? Can you guys even tell from that? I mean, there's definitely something missing there, correct? What do you guys think of that? People think it's snow. I mean, it's unclear. Compare that side to this side. I mean, 45 pieces are missing. I don't know. Microdots will get to the bottom of it. Microdots will get to the bottom of it. What do you guys think of that? People say that's snow. People say no fucking way. Snow covering it. I don't see a fucking thing. You can definitely see red outside under the snow on the upper right part. Right here? Where? I don't know if that's clear. Let me see. What did her car look like? Let me see it. Karen Reed Lexus. Let me see what it looked like in the. No, see, no. Look at this. Hold on. Just, what color does that look like to you? The cracked lens, not just a cracked lens. Let's see. It looks like snow covering it. It's snow. That entire corner is 100% missing. Let's see. Got a stock photo that year. Okay. But like, what color is this part? Doesn't that look clear? Like, that's not, we can all agree that this part right here is not black, right? Like, this is the part we're all looking at right here. We can all agree this is not black, right? Like, what color does that look like? It's not red. It's definitely not red. But it's either white or clear, correct? It's either white or clear. Now, let's look at her car. This is not white or clear. That's black. Shouldn't it be black? Not white or clear? Why is it white or clear on the other one? See what I'm saying? That's black. That's really black. Black. And again, if we look over at the one we just saw here, I don't see black. This is black. This part is black. That's clearly black. This is a different color. See how there's two different colors here? There's this color and there's this color. Those are completely different colors. Completely. This is white or clear, right? We all agree on this. Am I blind? This is either white or clear. Like, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. Now, let's go back to the picture of her car. This part right here is the same color as this. It's the same color. If it was in this condition, you would see a uniform black, right? Am I wrong? I don't know. It's missing. Dude, it's missing. Yeah, but then explain to me why this is all black. Explain to me why it's all black. Why is everything missing already? Like, what? How could that be? So the housing is black? Okay. That's after the housing is. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So I am wrong. Thank you. They removed the housing. Okay, well, gee, sorry, chat. I can see it. I can see it. I see all your comments. Sean has what? Or let's check out Sean's tweet. Let's go over to Sean in the Gulf. Leopard. It's over, people. He says they smashed the taillight. Boom, boom. Again, it doesn't show enough of the right side to be of much value. All right. The earlier video of the car in the driveway, as well as the video of it getting loaded onto the flatbed, are much more persuasive. What? The light looks mostly intact. Now, let's see. Where's the fat lady saying what a disaster? I don't know. What do you guys think? I don't know what Sean's saying here. Hold on. Okay, the housing. I realized the housing thing I screwed up on. I apologize for that. Okay. I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm going to bring the picture back. Yeah, I mean, so yeah, that's definitely something's missing there. 100% missing there. And that's at 8:15. All right, let me see what people are saying. Show the car with the crime tape on it. No, the car was parked at Meadows, was it not? The car was parked, so because they all went back to Meadows Ave at then they left Meadows Ave at like 5:45 to go look for John, and they got in Kerry's car. So Karen drove to Jen's house. They got in the car there, and Jen got in her car, and they drove back to Meadows Ave. Kerry met them there, and then they got in Kerry's car. So her car was at Meadows Ave, correct? I'm just trying to think here. Okay. Look at the jury visit. I haven't seen the jury visit video. Some people are saying the more it looks like snow and ice. Snow cover. What do you guys think? All right. This explains the deleted videos at One Meadows Ave. That's interesting. They took the light out. Okay. If it was illuminated, we could see better. If it had a crack, it definitely filled with snow. All you have to do is look. I said, look at the wind drift on both sides. Let me go back to the video here. So yeah, I mean, there's the whole thing. There's this car. There's the Traverse.
You could pause right there. The individual just sort of walked across the front of.
Yeah, I'm not a taillight expert, but
Yes.
Who was that?
That was me.
Your Honor, I'm not sure how. Maybe
what are people saying?
Okay.
The signal light is missing. That's it.
And you might be saying, well, you know, Lank went in there and whatever. But I mean, the thing is, though, sure. Way later, you know what I mean? They waited till you know, we don't want to bother anybody. No, man, when you do a wellness check, you knock on the door, you wake everybody up, and you go, hey, I just need to make sure that everybody in here is okay. I got to check every room.
Other car has the same.
They didn't do that.
No, let's check that out. All right, I want to look at this. No, wrong one. So you're saying the other car has the same side covered in snow. It's just a different angle. It looks like this. It looks like the wind drift is coming from this side, right? And that's why this part of the taillight is still red, and you can see it perfectly. Whereas over here, you cannot see the red taillight part of this car, the Traverse. I mean, that could easily be it. But there's like an abrupt stop right here. I don't know. It's too tough to tell. I don't think this is the bombshell that they're going to think it is. I don't know about you guys. How do you guys feel about this? How do you guys feel about this? Yeah, that looks very differently than the 10:00. That looks, and that's a good point, Alex. That looks very differently than 5:08 a.m. Does it not? The taillight pieces fell into the housing, people are saying. This is a nothing burger, people are saying. Interesting. I don't know. I don't like this is all they have. That like this is the whole thing. This is all they have to prove Karen's guilty. They think this is it. No, her car remained. She picked up Jen, and Jen got in her car, and they went back to Meadows Ave. And so the car was parked at Meadows. Okay. Yeah, she had hit John's car already for sure. So like the crack was on there. Some people say it fell into the housing. The other car looks the same on the side. Yeah, we kind of just looked at that. Sorry, I'm fast. I'm trying to read all these comments, see what you people think. Yeah, I mean, this is a good point. Leaving John's driveway, her taillight was all intact. It was all red. The whole thing was red. So how do you get from leaving John's car at 5:08 to this 3 hours later? How does that happen? How does that happen? Karen never returned back, had not been back to Meadows at this time. Karen was taken to the hospital. Sorry, I'm intrigued by this. Who deleted the one Meadows Ave thing? Okay. The video shows 47 pieces are not missing. Yeah, I mean we've seen the video of her leaving John's. We don't need to show that again. It's clearly Brandy Churchwell showed the side by side of the cars, one here in the driveway and back at the police sally port. They look the same. Of Karen's car? Hold on. I'm reading all your comments. I'm interested to read what you guys are saying. No. I'm just reading. I'm not. People are saying I look dumbstruck. I'm like reading all the comments. I'm more curious what you people have to say. Should we call Sean? Let's call Sean in the Gulf right now. See what he has to say. I don't think this is much of anything. Sally poor video on your video? On what video?
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach.
It's Sean. He didn't answer. We'll see. We'll see. Whatever this is, I'm sure it's bullshit. Melanie has it now. Let's look at Melanie. Let's go over to Melanie's. She's finally caught up.
Situation was, you take a cursory glance around to see if there's any reason to check anywhere else. In this case, it's a fenced backyard, so I'm not going to be going back there. Because if in this case we weren't looking for someone that might be a dead body, we were looking for 2 children that would be up and active.
Now, as far as that vehicle that's parked in the driveway in front of you, did you have any reason to look at it, inspect it, or anything like that at this point that you're at the house?
No.
And as far as any condition of it, specifically the right rear passenger side, you didn't have any occasion to go inspecting that or looking at it at that point, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as from this video, the condition of the right rear passenger side and the condition vis-a-vis the left rear passenger side, that's how it appeared in the driveway when you pulled up, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play. You could pause right there. The individual just sort of walked across the front of the cruiser. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And who was that?
That was me.
Your Honor, I'm not sure how. Maybe we approach.
Okay.
Please approach. Who's the other car? There's another car in the driveway. Whose car is that?
John's.
We'd ask those same 3 or stay just for a minute, please. Phone break for today.
Okay.
So, sure, that's it.
Oh, that's it. They left us hanging on that.
That's it for today. We'd ask those same, don't do any here or read anything about this 8:30.
Sure, you got anything?
Right. Is that it?
Show Paul.
All rise, please.
That's it. Coming back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Well, my friends, that was it. I mean, a real cliffhanger today, leaving us with the video of Karen's car in the driveway at One Meadows, where they were going to do a wellness check on the niece and nephew. But aside from that, it was pretty explosive today. We learned a whole lot about Detective Sgt Lank, about what he thinks is good police work, about
I'm not nervous at all.
Collecting
At
evidence
all.
in solo cups, leaf blowers, about
I'm just trying to think.
Sergeant Lank's maybe or maybe not inserting himself into many, many instances of Albert drama and coming in to save that. You can get that zoomed in later. I have to run because I have an appointment this afternoon. But
She was a tail intact at the
wow. We're going to be back in the morning for a full day of court tomorrow. Go back and watch it. Go over to Microdots and see if Microdots
Back on my
has
video?
anything new posted on YouTube or Twitter if you choose to go onto the Twitter. What a day. What a day. I can't wait to recap it with you after I have a chance to go through all of my notes. There is only half days on Tuesdays and
Randy
Thursdays in this
Church How do I
trial.
get that on our YouTube?
From 9 to 1. We're a little behind, so it's 1:30 now here on the East Coast,
Oh,
but
okay. Thank you,
definitely some very wow moments. Go back, write down all your favorites. We'll talk about them in the morning. Please hit the like button and the subscribe on the way out, and hit the bell so you will get all notifications when I go live, which will be again tomorrow morning for a full day of testimony in what we are now calling the Twilight Zone Karen Read case. And also, let me know what you're thinking. Let me know what you think the jury's thinking. And let me know if you think that they're seeing right through all of this. Wow, we only saw the base of the glass. Remember that cocktail glass, that drinking glass that some people have been posting out there apparently, because you guys are sending me the posts, that is in fact exactly the same glass that Officer O'Keefe was seen walking out of the waterfall bar with on video. So let me know what you think. I will see you tomorrow morning. And remember, my friends, be cool, be kind, be classy. It's not hard.
All right. So, I don't know. Let's see. Read some comments here. Steve just left. Who's Steve? I'll tweet in 15 minutes. All right. So pay attention to microdots. He's going to do his thing on that and give you a better analysis of that than I ever could shortly. Let me read. Do we have any more turtle chats to read here? Hold on. Oh, the attorney will be back. Okay. He said he would be honored to come on the show after the trial is over. I appreciate the invite and all the work you do. Okay. So not for tonight. All right. All right. Let's see. We got a turtle chat here. A couple debris here for Alexandra sends $10 and says, buy a steak dinner tonight. Very funny. I see what you did there. Mary sends $5 and says, whose glove hands are in the photo that is in the CPD Sallyport with the Stop and Shop evidence bag? I don't think they said. Mary also sends $10 and says, from your friendly local nurse, you should try taking Zyrtec or Claritin. Your recent colds and sound of your voice sound like you may have spring allergies. All right. Thank you very much, Mary. Appreciate that. And another one from Mary and sends $10 and says, I think Bev ended with this one on purpose to keep everyone guessing. Not fair to the defense. I think the right side of the taillight is covered with snow, not gone. Again, Richie sent you an email with pic. You sent me an email with the picture. Let me check my email. I don't have any emails. I don't have any emails from you. So, didn't get any email. Wait, what's this? Hold on, I got an email real quick. Did I get it? Aidan Kearney, registered as news media with the... Oh, dude. I think I just got my press credentials. Hold on. I just got an email back from the CPI, acknowledgement of registration. They completed it and says on May 7th, Aidan Kearney registered as news media with the Public Information Office. This acknowledgement, together with a photo ID, should be brought to court. Bro, I'm in. You look at this. I'll bring it up. Check this out. No joke. Hold on. I don't know if you guys can read this. It says, attached, please see your signed news media registration form. The form has registered you as a news media individual. You must get permission from the clerk's office in advance to film or photograph a proceeding. Registered individuals need to show this form and a photo ID to the court officers to bring electronic devices into the courtroom and to be in the pool camera area. For photography and video recording, the rule only allows one stationary, mechanically silent video camera. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Registrants cannot photograph or film jurors or potential jurors. Not a problem. The form allows reporters to film in a courtroom. Okay, we're in. That's this. Then I got this, and I'm in. It says it right there. I'm in. Dude, bro, we're going. A media. Bam, we're done. We're done. We're in. A media. All right, cool. All right. Only took him like a month, but we finally got on him about that. All right. Because that we've seen the camera at 4:10, at 4:15 a camera at her parents' place. You see the red taillight intact. Stop it. Stop it. I'll have more for this. Trust me. I'm not the least bit worried about this bullshit. This is all they got. All right, cool. All right, guys. Well, yeah, I'll be there. I'm going to the courthouse tomorrow. I'm going to be there. Bright and early. Bright and early. 6 o'clock, whatever time I got to get there. We're in, baby. We're in. Now you just got to get there at 4 a.m. Every day I can get in there. Sweet. All right, cool. Awesome. All right, guys. So yeah, I'm gonna head out. I got some shit to do, but yeah, I'm not the least bit worried about that thing at the end. That everything's gonna be fine. All you gotta do is look at the taillight at 4:15 at their parents' house in Dayton. It's intact. Period. There's Richie. Check out Microdots. There'll be some sort of explanation for this soon. But cool. No one's gonna goat me, Joey. I got this. I got this. But all right, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Peace. Actually, you won't be streaming. I won't be streaming tomorrow because I'm gonna be in the courtroom. But I gotta pick my kids up from the bus stop, so I can't stay the whole day. I wasn't even planning on this. Friday, I'll stay the whole day. I get the babysitter to stay at night. Friday, I will. So yeah, it's gonna be dope. Peace, guys.